Damn, I was waiting for the song to get over. I was like, man, hurry up, damn it. Like my timing was way off tonight. Three Little Words. This is a remix. I can't find it. I have no idea where you can find it. It's on YouTube somewhere. Great mix. I don't even remember the artist's name, but it's called Three Little Words. So it's like a synthwave kind of song. It's really good. So welcome out, everybody, to another episode of What's Your Question? We are at 119. We're at 119 now. Pretty incredible. Let me get some music on to play in the background here. I really appreciate each and every one of you for being here, for supporting this research. Those of you that have jumped in and joined in on the Spotlight course, we've made it completely free. It's a donation-based platform now. That platform, Spotlight, took literally, if I go back 9 years, it took me to make that course. I didn't know it was going to take that long. It transformed into so many different names and titles. Originally, it was just going to be astrology. That's what it was originally. Then it kind of just morphed into, and now we have 8 modules on there, and we're going to add some more. So if you have already done the course, congratulations. The majority of people will not finish it. So if you have finished it, awesome, good for you. If you haven't started yet, what are you waiting for? There is no other system online like it right now. Yes, I'm being a little biased, of course, but there's no esoteric system online that even compares to it because it has 8 modules all clumped together. It's got the upgraded human design because tropical is hogwash. Got to get rid of that. Got to move away from that. That doesn't line up with the true sky. So we've adjusted that. I'm going to show you some examples of that tonight. We have the totem pole, once in a lifetime opportunity. We get your playing cards in there. You know, today's playing card is the 3 of Spades, May 3rd. This card right here is the same card for the Truman Show. It's got a bad rap in the tarot, right? What do you think about it? The Truman Show? What happens? What is the whole story of the Truman Show? You're going to die. Why am I so... Hold on, let me lift this up a little bit. There we go. Okay. Yeah, you're going to die. Three of Spades, man. 3 of Spades. This is the Artist's card. It's got a bad rap in the tarot, right? But if you're a 3 of Spades, man, you're highly creative. So if you just remove the suit, like it's a 3, right? Today's card is the 3 of Spades. It is May 3rd. The number 3 is very creative. What did you do today? Were you very creative? I mean, it was a Sunday. A lot of people just relax and do nothing. Just chill, veg. But this card is the Artist's card, and it is about creativeness. So if you're born on the 3rd, if you have a life path as 3, your primary drive and focus is to create, communicate, talk, paint, draw, write, stuff like that. So this adds on the spade suit, which is spirituality. I am. So this card is where you get your creative spirituality from. 3 of Spades. In the French Gregorian system that we've been using for the longest time since the beginning, this is card number 42. But since we've moved into another system called True Nature, it has another number attached to it, which is 16. So this becomes card 16 in the True Nature. What is True Nature versus the French Gregorian? True Nature is built into the sun and nature, the layers of nature, using March 19th, 20th, or 21st as day number 1 for the new year. When you do that and you rearrange the cards in accordance to how the tarot was originally manufactured, which was the wands were first, and then the swords come second. So the 3 of Swords or the 3 of Spades becomes the second suit, which becomes card 16 instead of card 42. But nonetheless, what you do is if you're looking at these cards and you land on something like this, It's all of the suits. So even though June 1st, the Truman Show is the 3 of spades, it's going to be all the 3s. So it gets very creative. So I would imagine, also Frank Wupperman, the man who they casted to play the Wizard in The Wizard of Oz, June 1st birthday. Morgan Freeman, June 1st birthday. Played God in many, many different ways, right? Almighty Bruce, Wizard of Oz, God, you see? It's very, very interesting. So the tarot really gives it a bad rap. And this is huge when it comes, this is tied to psychopath, serial killers. This is the birth card of David Berkowitz, the son of Sam killer from the 1970s. Showed that in the scripted reality number 36. So this image right here, I obviously had created. There is no 119 in the roulette wheel. I wanted to give a big shout out for the inspiration on this. Roel, if you're watching, you and Miranda. Roel sent me this image today. I'm gonna cut to it right now. Sent me this image today about the roulette wheel. It has 36 total numbers on it, and when you add up 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 all the way to 36, you get 666. So there are 37 digits if you count the 0 as a digit. 37 is the 12th prime number, so we could take the 12 zodiac signs of tropical astrology and put the wheel right over the roulette wheel. So I'm starting to have fun with that. But this represents time, the beast. If you go into the string of pi, the true string of pi, and you look at where you get the 666, 157 digits. Why this is important? Because 3.14 divided by 2 is 1.57, which is going to sit right there. Literally, the center point of the Vesica Piscis is 157. So what do you think the Vesica Piscis is tied to? The beast. This is the vagina. Cosmic, physical, you can't defeat that, because that is what's needed for this game of life to continue to move on. So this was really, really fascinating. And just to remind you, I'll go to quick, if you haven't watched this presentation, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. This was a huge hit, as it should be, because we covered the red and the blue. Like, this is the reason why we're here. The majority of people. You're in a movie. We live inside of a movie, and this, for the majority of you, has happened. And you're still probably seeking it out. So why the 119 is big is because when you take the two elements associated with Mars and Venus, which is copper and iron, and you add them up through science and chemistry, you get the 119. These are the most abundant isotopes of copper and iron. The 11 and the 9. The 9 is the repeater number. You could say this is the one looking at itself. But this is really, really big, ladies and gentlemen. So the blue blood belongs to you females, because blue blood is tied to copper. Copper. Copper is what makes blood blue, and it's linked to fertility. Again, if you read it here, this is real science. Biologically, it's required for oxygen use, right? All of these are needed to make another human being. Copper, and copper is Venus, and Venus is spirit into matter. Okay? Spirit into matter. And then you have the other half, which is the Mars energy. And now you get the masculine. And iron is essential for your blood. So this is another essential biological element that's tied to our human being experience. And these two, the red and the blue, make up the 119, which is the Mars and Venus energy. Okay? The red and blue. And it's this. We're in a love story. Some of you have dramatic love stories. Some of you, I mean, this is why cop cars have the red and blue, the lights. Some of you have called the police on your significant other. Some of you have restraining orders on the person that you used to date that you thought was the most amazing thing when you met them. Well, it's just kind of comical, right? It's not comical that you had to get a restraining order or call 911 on your, previous lover, but this is just kind of how it works. We're in a drama, man. We're in a movie. So very, very fitting that the 119, What's Your Question, lands on May 3rd, which I didn't plan. I just, yesterday I'm like, should I go live? It's Sunday. I moved everything to Sunday because honestly, the YouTube analytics, a lot of people that are in this community at night on Sundays, they're just chilling. There's more of an audience. And the majority of people that watch this channel are on the West Coast of the United States. All around the world, but on the West Coast. And then we have our brothers and sisters in the Southern Hemisphere, over in Australia and New Zealand and Cape Town and down in the South. And right now it's their daytime. It's a Monday though, so a lot of those people are working. But anyway, you can't please everybody. It's really challenging to do that. So let me just pop out this chat really quick. I do want to say thank you so very much to our only moderator, Pamela number 5. Oh, she changed her little name now. Okay. Pam Swan Astrolayer 5. All right. Cool. We also put out, if you're on the Patreon, if you're a donating member, you would have watched the exorcism, the astrology of an exorcist first. I put that out like 3 days ago. And to be honest, ladies and gentlemen, being very transparent, the views were super low. Nobody cared. They didn't want to watch it for whatever reason. But in that presentation, I showed you how the Spotlight course works. The verifications. So if you're interested in doing the Spotlight course for yourself, or if you want to learn about your partner, or learn about your children, or learn about your pets, well, I gave the breakdown using Bob Larson, the real exorcist. Probably saw him on Danny Jones' podcast. He's got a church in Arizona, I think, where the Sun Devils are. But go check that out because it's a mind-blowing presentation. Didn't get a lot of views though. I learned a lot. I've been learning a lot about possession and the little boogeymans and the devils and the demons and the spirits, all that stuff. Just by watching some of these exorcists that are priests. They're all different kinds. There's Orthodox, there's Christian-based, Protestant-based. Bob Larson's a Protestant-based. Then there's the Roman Catholic base. There's an actual international union for exorcists. It's a thing, man. In the presentation of Astrology of an Exorcist, I not only show you all of Bob Larson and how he was fit to be that, and a lot of people think he's a charlatan, a fakeoh, and I want to be clear. I want to tell you, and I said this in the presentation, this reality, it doesn't matter if someone's acting and trying to pull the woolly over your eyes or they're really doing it. This reality we live in is a movie. Okay? You got to understand that. This reality is a movie. You're inside of a movie. You and I are actors and actresses. And I like the ancient proverb quote which says, when the game is over, the king and the pawn go back in the same box. So ladies and gentlemen, we live in a freaking movie, man. You're playing out your character. If you don't like the bad stuff, stop paying attention to it. Everything in this reality is a vampire. I know, except for you. What do I mean by that? Ladies and gentlemen, you are searching for food. You want people to buy your product. You want people to listen to your opinions. You want people to entertain you. We use people. I mean, isn't that what a vampire does? It sucks blood. It feeds. We're feeding. If you're not in the kitchen cooking and eating and feeding your taste buds that are screaming at you, or your stomach, the ghrelin starts, which causes hunger pains. If you're not doing that, you're on the hunt for sex. You want to get off. You got to use somebody for that. Or you got to turn the porno on to get off. So you use that instead. Or you want to get high. Or you want to get high in the mind with your philosophies. So you go read someone's book that they wrote. So you use them for their book and their information. See, so it's just a using game. This entire reality is about using each other. And that's what makes the game continue on and on and on. That's the beast. Time. Love, light, time, all of it fits into that category. So when you stop judging the things that you don't like, you're free. But the moment you start to interact with the things you don't like and you get angry and you have emotional reactions to those things and you get pissed off, you're a slave. You become a slave to it. And that's not fun. And a lot of you are, and you don't really pay attention to that. You know, you go on to social media now, and it's just a big blur of distractions. Like YouTube, this platform is my social media. I have an Instagram account. I don't really use it. I do have a TikTok account. I have like 4 videos on there. Don't really use it. This is my main platform. But we live in a world of distractions. And everybody wants to tell you their opinion about what's going on. Oh, I had this near-death experience. Well, how come all the near-death experiences are not the same? How come they're all different? There's some similarities in there. Or I had this out-of-body experience, and I went here, and I saw this, and I saw that, and I did this, and I did that. Yeah, but you're telling the story in this reality. All these distractions in this reality here, the one we live in, that you wake up in, that you go to sleep in. This one is the most important. Not the fairyland that you go to when you take some mushrooms or DMT or meditate. No, you have to open your eyes to survive in this reality. So obviously, if you had to pick one, what's the most important reality? This one is. Anyway, I'm getting off, going on a little rant. Let's get into some of your questions. That's what this whole thing is all about. Let's take a look. Let's take a peek. A lot of friendly faces in here, a lot of people. So Michael says, nothing wrong with using things. Absolutely agree. We all use things. We all use, if you're in a partnership, if you're in a love relationship, you use your partner and they use you. The next time you want to have sex with your partner, what are you doing with your partner? Using them so you can get your orgasm. I mean, is that not true? The next time you want to make out, you're just going to make out with your hand? No, you make out with your partner. So you use them to raise the oxytocin and dopamine in your brain so you can feel good. And they do the same thing for you. I don't know why people get so angry at that. Or they get so turned off when I say that you use people. Like your friends, you use your friends. Like why do you have a best friend? What do you like about your best friends? That's what you use them for. Or they make me laugh. So you use them so you can laugh. Feel good. You use them to feel good because they make you laugh. Or they're optimistic. Maybe you're pessimistic, so you use them so you can see the optimism in life because you're a little bit more negative. I don't know. Something like that. And this guy's really good. Matt's really good. Christy said, even if it's real, it's fake. Well, I would even say, even if it's fake, it's real. I would say it the other way around. Are movies real? Next time you watch a show or a movie, is it real? You'd say, no, it's a movie, it's a show. Yeah, but are they real actors? Yep. Are they really acting it out with their screenplays? Yep. When somebody gets murdered in a show, do they really get murdered? Yep. No, they didn't really get murdered, though. I just saw it. Of course they did. So a movie is about trickery, right? Or a show because it's real, but it's not real. That's why I think it's funny when people say time isn't real. Oh, well, next time you look at your clock and it moves one digit past, like it's 9:05 right now, or almost 9 p.m. here, and it's going to go to 10 p.m. Well, how does it get from 9 to 10 p.m. if time's not real? Of course time's real. I watch the clock move every day just like you do. If you have a watch, you can watch the dial go around the watch. If you have one of those old school watches, those are like dinosaur watches now, the ones that spin around. Now they're all digital. Joe, I've had a lot of people ask me on this. So yeah, we put out a presentation the day after it happened. It's for the donating members of the Patreon. It's one of the perks that you get for being over there. We did a live presentation actually on it. I think it's like an hour and 15 minutes long or something like that. Giving you my take. Not my opinion on what happened. I may have talked about it, but I wasn't there. And certainly you can't think that the mainstream is going to give you all the little details. So if you're interested in watching the code that's behind all of that, I went into all that. It's on the Patreon. I had a lot of people ask me about that. Remember, David Wilcock was a huge Law of One person. I mean, his life was revolving around the Law of One. But if you watch the S4 Bob Lazar presentation I did, I showed you guys in there that he was born in the same area as the producer of Ancient Aliens. The guy who produced Ancient Aliens, it's called Prometheus Entertainment. He was born in the same city as the county as David Wilcock. Coincidence? And then they started Ancient Aliens on March 8th, which is what David Wilcock's birthday is. March 8th is the 41st card in the deck, the Two of Spades. And in the hangar where the UFO was, there was this huge 41 on the wall. Why 41? Why are they tied to David Wilcock? Why are they tied to Prometheus? And of course, let's not forget, Ancient Aliens and Numerology is 126, and that's Genesis 1 verses 26, where it talks about the Elohim creating man in our image. Elohim is 41 in Hebrew numerology. All of these connections just can't be a mere coincidence, could they? I guess you could say that. Yeah, I like some of David Wilcock's stuff as well. He's very positive. I try to look at the good in people. You know? Try to look at the good side. Everybody's just playing their role. So even somebody that I see that's very vile, they're doing their role. People that are angry or pissed off or calling people names and or wanting to debate or fight people, like, they're just doing their role. I have no judgment on that. I'm not going to go hang out with people like that. But, I mean, you could just be neutral to that. So despite the controversy and everything around it, it was a big thing, obviously in his whole channel. Even his YouTube channel was started on a 2 of spades day, 41. Does he know that? Was David Wilcock a fan of the cards? Are all these people that we've shown over the years, are they all in on this big conspiracy to use the playing cards and the tarot and all of this stuff to kind of bamboozle people? I just don't buy that. I'm going to show you a little sneak peek on, you ever see the movie Halloween, 1978? John Carpenter, who also did They Live. I'm going to show you a little sneak peek of that a little bit later on. And I'm going to show you how, again, I'll be clear. And this is what the code has shown, the forensics. This reality that we live in is a movie. You're literally living inside a real movie. And then we create movies that are kind of our so below, but they're still part of the movie. So there's no separation on what the forensics says with a movie and real actors and actresses in the movie and the dates that get chosen and the numbers that get displayed versus the numbers that get displayed in your life and the cards that are associated with you and your birthday. There is no separation to that. Fiction and nonfiction are just part of this reality. All of it is simultaneously playing out, and it has forensics attached to it. Like literally when you do a breakdown of a movie, it's like you're breaking down real life. Like it really happened. We're living in a world of magic. I mean, you and I we're doing magic all the time. So to finish up on David Wilcock, I never met him. I know nothing of the story other than what the mainstream says, and so I'm very leery on that. But I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, you personally, everybody, you have secrets nobody knows. You have secrets that even your partner doesn't know, that you love and swear you would never lie to. There are things that you don't tell about yourself. There are things that are going on in your life that you don't tell anybody about. Why would it be any different for him? So nothing is too far-fetched. Because you hear these people say, man, I never thought that. I've studied enough I'm not saying anything, I'm not contributing. It says I've watched enough killers and serial killers and people that really do vile and immoral things. I've seen people say, I can't believe it. I never thought that person would do that. I never saw that. So you just don't know what was going on. Because people put on a front. Remember, man, he's in front of the camera. He's in front of the limelight. He has the same as me. He had a Leo midheaven. When you get a Leo midheaven, it means you're in the spotlight. You have to portray kind of an image. I mean, he had 500,000 on his YouTube channel. He was a best-selling author. He was on a show that ran for 8 years. So when you have a lot of eyes on you, there's pressure to keep that image. And then all the other things that you read about with him, perhaps being in debt and tax debt, and I don't know if that's true, but there's pressure. It's pressure and pressure. And that's why when you get involved with this reality and you keep attaching things, everything that you attach to yourself, you create a tie to that, and now you're kind of bound to it. And you have to literally abide by it, so to speak. It becomes a liability in a lot of ways. It's always an asset liability. So obviously his story was massive on the alien agenda, reptilians, draconians, the secret space program, Corey Goode, all these people. And he has to keep moving with that and upholding it. That's a lot. And then to manage everything else, and then all the fame that came with it, and all the money, and, you know, well, I'm sure he was making really good money back in the day with Ancient Aliens and getting paid and all that stuff. I'm sure that came with it, but so we just don't know. Nobody really knows. I guess I'll entertain this. Jasmine says, I found what they said about him pulling a gun is a load of shit. Well, you're obviously, that's what your truth is going to be. Again, you can't go with by what the tabloids say, for the most part. You know, if it was somebody like me, I'm nobody. Right? I'm nobody. Nobody knows who I am. I'm a little speck of dust in YouTube. Right? So if something happened to me, the story's probably going to be true, right? It's probably going to be true because why would you fabricate anything? I'm not moving anything. I got no pull in the game. I don't have eight years of episodes that have a massive following. I don't have any of that stuff. I got no skin in the game like that, right? So for people like you and I, if you're just like a normal person who has an everyday life, and you know, even if you're a content creator like we are, and you're whatever, it's just like if something happens and the news reports on it, why would it be fabricated? But someone like him, yeah. But you never know, folks. You never know what people are doing behind the scenes that you don't know. You know, I've said this so many times, I'll tell you straight up again and we'll move on. Back in my heyday, back in 2009, 2010, I was a functioning addict. I've overcome drug addiction multiple times. I have no shame in that. Nobody knew, except for maybe a few people that had an idea. Other than that, my friends didn't know. My family didn't know. Nobody knew. So if I can hide that, just think about what are you hiding? You're hiding things in your life that nobody would ever know. Like, oh my God, I never would think that. Most of you have secrets that nobody knows and you will never tell, that are ongoing. Those of you that are cheating on your partners right now, because some of you are cheating on your partners, and your partner doesn't know, and you justify it because you're in love and it feels good or whatever, or you plan on leaving them or whatever, right? They don't know you're cheating on them. They don't know you're not being faithful. So how are you hiding that? So just think about that. There are things that people hide and they put this front on, especially when you're in front of the camera and you're doing it all the time, which is what he was. You don't know what's going on behind the scenes of someone's private life. And that's why reading the mainstream and all that stuff, it's very challenging to say, well, that's exactly what happened. And you can't rule it out. Mr. Mann's asking, were you a bad person on drugs? No, because nobody, I think about it, nobody knew. I mean, there were a few people, like this girl that I was dating at the time kind of knew, you know. I mean, the stories that I have, ladies and gentlemen, are blockbuster stories. I mean, there were times when, because the thing that saved my life is the gym. Literally, vanity is what saved my life. Vanity is always like trying to look good, right? My Libra rising, I have a Libra rising, which is Venus. So it's symmetry, artistry, you know, it can form into the body. You want to look perfect. So what saved me from literally going into a full-blown addict and maybe, you know, losing everything has been the gym. But there were times, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, I'd go to and people wouldn't think this, I'd go to the gym, and one of my favorite things to do was smoke, do a couple hits of pot and go to the gym. Amazing. Loved it. Loved it. People don't consider that addiction. You wouldn't think, no, cannabis is not an addiction. Well, why? What do you mean? Of course it can be an addiction. Because what you do is you become immune to this reality that you're sober in. It's not fun anymore. And I speak from experience. But I mean, I literally would go work out like a madman. I'd be taking testosterone. I mean, I was 220 pounds. I was huge. For my size, I'm 6 foot, very lean all the time, less than 10% body fat all the time, 8% usually, right? So I think of the muscle, and yeah, taking tests and doing this and doing that, and then I'd go to the gym. I'd come home sometimes, and I would make a protein shake and put a little bit of vodka in there. No joke. Why not? I was in my prime. I was experimenting. I wouldn't do that every workout, but I'm just telling you that's to the extent of what I was doing. And then the Vegas and the days of doing this and that and being in LA, and it was the greatest time of my life. The greatest, and I have no regrets. But I was a very fun person, especially when I did cannabis. When I was on cannabis, everybody liked me better. I wish I could do it every day, honestly. I miss it. Because I feel life is so much more fun and optimistic on cannabis. For me, it was medicinal. And I can become a comedian on it when I do it. I get really funny. I just don't do it anymore, I can entertain this. Could you speak on addiction and how it's part of your code? Yeah, I mean, I have in my first house of astrology, Scorpio. Scorpio is the first official sign of the underworld. It was in my first house. It's in my first house. My rising is Libra, and then it goes down to Scorpio. The first house of astrology is your mind. So why do you think I'm all about the occult and the cards and astrology? Because I have Scorpio in my first house, my mind. And my Mars is in Ophiuchus, which is the hierarchy of Scorpio. But when it comes to addictions, I also have Poseidon in Scorpio, the god of the water. He's got the trident pitchfork. I mean, he's got the devil's pitchfork. Poseidon can definitely be a part of Team Boogeyman. And then I have my Chiron in gate number 22 in human design in Pisces. That's the Titan. My wound is being a human being. So the addictions are the entire wheel. It's all of the wheel. Like if somebody says, what's your sign? The correct answer is I'm all of them. I'm all of the signs. I'm all of it. But this is my dark side. The majority of my planets are in the underworld. If I had to give you an answer, if you say, hey, Logan, pick the light or dark, I'm going to pick the dark. I wear black all the time. It's just the color I like to wear. I don't worship the devil. I don't do satanic rituals. I'm a good person. I help people out. But I lean towards, I get sucked into the addictions, and, I have to overcome those things, which I have. I went to prison. All part of my code, folks. I have the card for prison. My birth card, I don't know if you know this or not. I've shown this so many times. Those of you that haven't seen it, I'll show you right now. So you can see it with your own two eyes, so you can see that we live in a scripted reality. And I'll show you two cards. I'll show you my Chiron card. You can learn this in the Spotlight course. If you want to learn about your addictions or your habits or with the way you function, spend the time on the Spotlight course. This is my birth card. February 4th, this is my birth card in the French Gregorian system. Trapped. have so much Satan energy attached to my code. I can't even, and I'm totally fine with that. I was born in a hospital off of Route 40, or just keep in mind, Satan in Hebrew is 44. Satan is Hebrew. Satan comes from Hebrew. The origination of it that made it famous is Hebrew, and the numerology of Satan is 44. I was born in a hospital right off of Route 44. I know you would think that's well, I have Poseidon, who has the devil's pitchfork, in gate 44 in my human design, in Scorpio of all places, in my first house. In the true nature system, this becomes card 44. My Chiron card is this card. This is my Chiron card in gate 22, which is the Titan in the sign of Pisces. I've overcome addiction several times, folks. But I don't regret any of it because I look at my code and I'm like, that was supposed to happen. That was supposed to happen. This was supposed to happen. Like, I've lived a crazy life in my prime. Crazy life. Let's see if I can't get rid of this. I can't get rid of your comment. Bumps. That's funny. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I'll show you. If you want to watch a crazy... Let me show you this. This is what happened to me maybe 3 weeks ago. Just gonna open up this. I'm gonna go to soft white underbelly. This guy is really amazing. This channel. If you want to watch the interview of a lifetime, you go watch this. This guy right here. This guy right here, I'm not going to say I was friends with him, but I just reached out to him a couple weeks ago and said hi to him on Instagram. He just got out of prison, 9 years. He was a drug kingpin, okay? These are the people that I would hang out with in LA and Vegas. This guy. And I had no idea that he was at this level. That's what I'm telling you about people hiding things, okay? He was a USC football star. He was going to do volleyball. He had everything. He's a really nice guy. Super nice guy. His name's Owen Hansen. And when I met him through friends. We all were kind of hanging out. And this is the crowd that I was running with. And he had this sports betting offshore in, I think it was Costa Rica, that he started. That was his big thing. And he was making buku bucks. And it turned into drugs. And then he started working for the cartel. And so this is... Folks, I wasn't at this level. Obviously, I wasn't a drug kingpin. But ladies and gentlemen, this is how crazy my life was. If you want to watch the interview of a lifetime, go check this out. There's 2 of them. I'll share the link. But then, the big one, if you want to watch, if you're on Amazon Prime, they ended up doing a mini series on him. This right here called Cocaine Quarterback. This right there. Why is this not coming through? This right here. If you go on Amazon Prime, you can go watch it. The story is legit. All right? And now he got 21 years, and then he ended up getting out in 9 years. I tell you that because this was my heyday of like living in the high life and living in my prime and not have anything to do with the higher mind and working in the higher realms and working with consciousness and stepping away from the craziness and the immorality. And I did all that. I was full throttle with that stuff. So when I saw the interview, I'm like, I know that dude. This was obviously, you know, I went to prison in 2011. Those were the people I was hanging out with before I went away. At least I'd see him in Vegas. Hey, what's up? You know, you'd party, you'd have drinks, you'd hang out with the same people. That's what it was all about, man. Greatest times of my life. I have no regrets, but dodged a lot of bullets. If you want to watch it, if you want to have your mind blown on a real true story of someone who went into the cartel, and nothing is exaggerated in that show. They did a great job with it. How is it being handcuffed? I've been handcuffed a few times. I've gotten arrested a few times. I guess you could say it's kind of nerve-wracking. You know, like when I went to prison, I didn't really get handcuffed. Like when I got my sentence, I was working for this real estate developer. And at first I was like this naive, hungry kid, and you know, I got my real estate license. I did that because the guy I was working for wanted me to kind of like look for properties to expand upon. And that was when I first started out. So I went out there, took my tests. I passed the first time. I was excited about that. I'm like, all right, this is what I'm going to do. I enjoyed real estate. I was his right-hand man, you know, and then he just started expanding, and, you know, then he just built this empire around buying condo conversions and just flipping them into straw buyers, and, you know, the rest is history. But you know, there were 5 of us. They were little spokes on the wheel. So we all got 24 months. I don't hide from that. It was the greatest thing that ever happened to me. I wouldn't want to do it again, but a lot of amazing things happened when I did that. But when I got arrested, like handcuffed, it wasn't part of that. One of the times driving without a license, it's a suspended license, I think, was one of the times at a young age or whatever. But for the federal thing, I just went down to see the FBI, and they did the questions and all that stuff, and then you just get sentenced. There's no, you know, cuffing you, and you just go in. You submit yourself. Yeah, mine was federal. It wasn't state, it was federal. So. But you guys and gals know, man, I don't hide behind that. The dirt on me is wide open. I mean, prison, addictions, married 3 times, divorced. I mean, I've given you a ton of dirt on me. It's very liberating. It's very freeing. Like, what you see is what you get. I'm not perfect, you know? Clearly. I've admitted the things that I've done, and when I go back and I do the code and look at the charts, there's the prison, there's why I got there, and this is going on. Yeah, I could see it. See it in the card charts. Have I done an episode on Abraxas? I have done Abraxas. Abraxas in Greek, isopsophy, is 365. So it links to the total year, total amount of days in the Gregorian calendar. But that's loose. Abraxas is tied to Zeus. Obviously, Jupiter ascending. That's what they tied it to. What's up, Dr. Danny? Danny says, I was arrested, never been in a cell, though. Yeah, I spent the night in a cell overnight. And then, yeah, did 24 months. 18 with good time, halfway house, and all that stuff. So, but it's scary when you go in for the first time. I mean, I had no idea what I was getting into. So you don't know. If you've never been in, you hear the stories, but I had no idea where I was going. I had no idea what it was going to look like. I had no idea, nothing. And I've always been more of a shy person. I know a lot of you would think, well, you're shy. Yeah, I mean, I've always been kind of like, I'm a loner. I spend a lot of time by myself. Even now, I spend a lot of time by myself. I don't spend a lot of time with people. It's just the way it's been for a long time for me. It's the way it's been my whole life, really. So it's different when you get to prison and then you have to settle in, it hits you hard because you just don't know what it's going to look like, what it's going to feel like, you know? So speaking of, so we got Dr. Danny here, just to make an announcement, we have another critical question coming up on May 24th. If you would like to be a part of that, and let me know, ladies and gentlemen, if my voice is getting jacked up, or my screen is shifting, or if you go to the Spotlight course, spotlight.life, right below the screen. When I come back on, you'll see it. But if you come to the critical question here, you click on that, this will take you to me and Dr. Danny, and here's the next one, the countdown. So we got just about 3 weeks, May 24th, it's a Sunday, and we already have the join button to click on for the YouTube channel. And I don't know if we've opened up the calendar yet. Maybe we have, but you click on the calendar, there's 4 guests. I think I have. I don't know if we have yet, but if I didn't, I'll do it tonight to make it available. I haven't opened it up yet. I got to open it up. So if you're interested in being on the show, there's 4 people that get to come on. You get to call in. There's a scheduled time that you'll call in. We plug you right into the show, and you can ask your question. So, you know, really, if you want to be a part of it, really read this. And then if you just want to submit a question, we had a lot of questions come in via email. You can do that through here and send it over to us. Just try to keep it simple, right? I mean, it's really one question. It's one critical question. It's not a whole bunch. Just try to keep it condensed to make it easy for us. But last time it was fun. We had a lot of amazing people in the chat and some great questions. So it was a lot of fun. I don't. At say717, I too am I don't know if this is for me. I too am a grateful person, and until I realize the reality it was toward God? Are you grateful towards someone? I don't know if you're saying this to somebody else or is it to me? I don't know. But gratitude is where it's at. People, somebody asked me last time, what do you think about prayer? Useless. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying being negative about it. Gratitude. Don't go ask what you want. Be grateful for what you have. If you're going to go into prayer and talk to the divine, God is within you, give thanks for what you've already been given. Because what is going to come is beyond your control. That's why the majority of people's prayers don't get answered. Because it's not part of your code. It's like that meme, if you knock on the door and no one answers, it wasn't your door. But that's me. I mean, I'm not going to tell you, somebody asked me, what do you think about prayer? Be grateful. Go and give thanks. You know, I literally, before bed, I have a little nightstand, right? Just to the right of me. And usually, before I go to bed, I grab a deck of cards and I usually close my eyes and I'll think about something. Well, one of the things I like to do is say thank you. I say thank you. It's like literally talking to the divine. Thank you for everything. Thank you for giving me this or that. Thank you for showing me this or that. And the questions I ask is, how are you feeling? What's up with you? How are you feeling? What's going on with you? And I pull a card and I get my answer. How's that possible? Because the divine owns the whole thing, everything. The devilish tarot it owns, it created. These cards it created, astrology it created, whatever that is. So you just move into a state of gratitude, folks. What are you grateful for in your life so far? Maybe it's just because you didn't get something that would have put you in a tailspin. Michael Learn says, I do like Neville Godford's. Let me put this up on the... I have my little chat thing up here, but it doesn't always... I do like Neville Godford's techniques to manifest what you desire. See, I'm not somebody who agrees with these techniques. There's no such thing as manifesting what you want. That's my opinion. Because if you could manifest whatever you want, you'd have everything you want. And that's just not the truth. There are things in your life, a lot of things in your life that you wish you had and you don't have them. So it's an impossibility to manifest whatever you want. Because if there was a technique that worked on how to manifest everything you'd want, you'd have everything that you want. And if you're going to be honest with yourself, you know that you don't have everything that you want. If you could write on a list, like your Christmas wish list, you don't have all those things. So when you tap in and you're like, oh, I want to manifest this, and you manifest it, don't think you manifested it. No, it was already, it's the representative downloading it into your mind on what it is you're going to get. And then you just take the credit for it. Oh, I did that. No, you didn't. It was part of your screenplay that did it. Now, you don't have to agree with me, and I know I talk very confidently, like, oh, you're an asshole. A lot of people think I'm an asshole. I'm just speaking my truth. These are my truths and opinions. You don't have to agree. And I'm okay if I'm wrong in your truth. That's totally fine. You know? I don't know everything, folks. I don't know everything about everything. Okay? There are tons of people out there that love it when I'm wrong. I have people that automatically give me a thumbs down on the videos as soon as I put it out. They don't even watch it. That's the kind of level of hate that we have in these communities. See, that's not how you win the game of life. Scripted or not. Yeah, this is perfect right here. This is really good. Jay says if we manifest it, means it was already in our code to manifest it. That's the way I see it. That's what the code says. Yeah, Michael, I get it, man. I mean, dude, I don't have it all. Like, I already know this, man. I can tell you straight up, right? And I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. As a content creator, as somebody who studies the code, right? This is what I do. I have my truths. But I can tell you right now, if I lined them all up on a table, and there were to be a committee to come in that have all the 1 + 1 = 2 truths, I'd have some discrepancies in the lineup of my truths. I already know that. I'm totally cool with that. Nobody has 100% accuracy in what they're saying. Nobody. Nobody does. The reason why people are pushing their truths is because it goes against the resistance of other people's truths, which causes drama. Drama is the name of this game. Drama. It's got the word "ra" in it. Drama. Contrast, drama. What does the word contrast have in it? Ra. Contrast, rast, ra. Okay? There's a lot of words that have, you'll notice the ra. That's why our reality is being harvested for energy, because of the drama. And I would totally agree with you. I agree 1,000%. This was one of the greatest liberations of my life, personally. Is when I finally realized that everybody's right. Whew. You don't have to agree with people because your truth is not their truth, but they're right and you're right. Even if they have it wrong, they think they have it right. And you see, ladies and gentlemen, when you start looking at this reality as you are the star of the show, and that's a paradox because I'm the star of the show. You're a part of my show, right? Right now, you're part of this community. This is my show. I'm the center of the show. Not to be better than you, but I get to be the center of the show. And then when you log off and you go do your own thing, you're the center of the show. Even right now, as you sit inside this chat room, you're the star of the show, and I become subordinate, even though you're part of this community right now. So what that means is you get to be right in your truth and your reality. You're the main actor or actress in this reality, and what you say goes. And everybody else, if they don't agree with you, forget them. But everybody's right. Everybody. Even if you think they're wrong. Even if they are wrong, they're still right. And if you can get that, you're free. Because there are a lot of people, and listen, ladies and gentlemen, if you go read some of the comments, I stand my ground. I'm not a pushover. I have my truths. I'm going to stand by my truths. Absolutely. I'm not going to let somebody come in and try to talk me out of or tell me that, oh, well, it's not this or it's not that or whatever. No, You can go do you, but I'm going to stand by my truth, just like you're standing by yours. Right? And at the end of the day, everybody's right. I mean, that's why we just put out the second to last video on Neptune, Poseidon. The discovery of Poseidon. I spent over an hour with everybody, and I showed you, not my opinion, I showed you the facts and the evidence. Like if we're in a court of law and I'm bringing my discovery, I brought all the discovery to the courtroom and I dumped it all on of you in a presentation on where Poseidon was in the sky on its discovery on September 23rd. Now, if you don't want to agree with that, that's your truth, that's totally fine. But then we have that aspect of like, well, let's look at the facts. Where was Neptune on September 23rd? Well, it wasn't where tropical astrology says it was. It wasn't even close to where it was at in tropical astrology. So tropical astrology is absolutely wrong for the actual placements in the sky. Now, if you want to go and use the truth of tropical astrology and use its magic, it's a system of magic, then by all means, people are doing it to this day. So there is an aspect of everybody's right. And then there's an aspect of a 1 + 1 = 2. Which we showed all the receipts of Neptune in the sky on its discovery on September 23rd. And it was mathematical. It wasn't, let me look up in the sky. And no, it was first found by mathematics, which means that you need to give me the degree. Like if you look up to the sky and you put your telescope up to these degrees, you're going to find this planetary body. And that's how they discovered Poseidon. And that's why I know that tropical astrology is not a 1 + 1 = 2 fact. It's not. It's a system of magic, sure, but it ain't lined up with the sky. You don't have to agree with that. That's when you get into the case of a 1 + 1 = 2 truth. That tropical astrology is not lined up to 1 + 1 = 2. It's not. You can rant and rave all you want. You can piss and moan all you want. But there's no way to disprove the evidence that we showed during that presentation. You would lose. So there's that aspect of being right. But people will still, oh, hey, Uranus is in Gemini right now. No, it's not. But that's their truth that they're pushing out. So it makes them right. But if we're going to line up the truth, 1 + 1 = 2, Uranus right now is in Taurus, and it's still going to be there until 2033, 2032. That's what the telescope says. So let's go out into a field on a dark night with a telescope and let's go look and see where Uranus is at. And you're going to find out which system is 1 + 1 = 2. It ain't tropical. It's not. I get people, they get angry. They get mad. Wait till, and I don't know if this is even going to happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if the 1 + 1 = 2 truth comes out about religion. I would not be surprised that it's going to come out soon. And can you imagine the people that have devoted their lives to religion, what they'll do when the 1 + 1 = 2 truth comes out? Whew. You're going to have a lot of dissonance. Jack of Hearts says, let me see if I can get your comment here. It's hard to do both of these at the same time. I can't find your comment, but Dustin, what's going on, man? Dustin says, do you believe in vision boards? Absolutely. Love vision boards. If you're going to go do a vision board, and you start to see things manifest on the vision board, they were supposed to manifest on the vision board. So
So if you're going to be going to use a vision board, and, you know, hey, listen, if you've gotten a reading from me over the years, I 7 out of 10 times I've probably suggested doing a vision board. Because vision boards help you collect your thoughts and bring them down, and you get something concrete. I just personally, I think you're just tapping into you're giving little droplets of future endeavors. Not that you manifested it, but because whatever, you could say the divine's using you, you could say the sun, God, deity, da-da-da-da-da, you could say whatever, it's dropping you ideas to manifest in your life. Sonia says, I am struggling with Spotlight. I'm halfway through on repeat for a straight week. Literally brain fried in the end of the day. What's going on? I want to be honest, Sonia, you are the very first person that is telling me they're struggling. I haven't had anybody. All I've gotten is, this is easy. It's so easy to follow along. Like, I've been pretty happy with the results. It's not perfect, but I'm not sure. Are you using a computer? If you're not using a computer, that may be the reason why. But if you're struggling, send me an email and I'll do my best to help you out. I mean, you know, decodeyourreality@gmail.com. Just try to keep it condensed. Try to keep it really short on what your challenge is. All right, so let's take a look at the sky. You guys and gals want to take a look at the sky? Let's take a peek. Let's take a peek. Let's open up a fresh copy of Stellarium. Let's take you on a journey here. This is what you do with Stellarium. This is the most accurate. Out of any system, this is the most accurate of the night sky. It's even more accurate than Mastering the Zodiac. That's my opinion. So when you open this up, there are a few things you want to do. First, you want to come up to the settings up here to the top left, click on that little wheel icon, come down and click on ecliptic line. Bam. So that's going to give you the imaginary red line that all the planets follow. Okay, so now that you have that, then you want to click on these 3 dots up here in the top left so you maximize the screen. Then you want to come down to the toolbar here and you want to click on the constellations. And if you want to add in the art, you can do that. And I just like to click off the atmosphere and the landscape. So we get a full, and you can zoom out and you get a full picture of what's going on in the sky on May 3rd, 2026 at 2100 hours, almost 2200 hours, right? And obviously the big one is the now extinct full moon, because it's now moving into a dark spot here. I think it was full yesterday and the 1st, right? But it's usually going to give that kind of energy no matter what. But the moon in Scorpio is going to give you very intense dreams. If you're a dreamer, if you're somebody who dreams, you can get a journal and write your dreams down. I have friends that do that. Kind of cool. You know, Scorpio's a water sign.
You know, what's fascinating about this, ladies and gentlemen, is that maybe you knew this or not, but across from Scorpio is Taurus. And the Israelites and the flood story, the Epic of Gilgamesh and all that, guess what age it was in? It was more than likely in the Bronze Age. And the bronze is tied to Taurus. So we're talking flood, right? Well, what's across the way from Taurus? Scorpio. What is Scorpio? A water sign. Flood, water. That's right. The water from Scorpio came from the heavens and came down to Taurus on earth. This is an earth sign. This is where the Epic of Gilgamesh, the flood story, Noah's in the flood, all of that right here. Because Scorpio is water. Scorpio is known as, the backbiter. Horrible things happen, right? Well, the flood happened because this is the flood story right here. This is where they were on earth. And we know that to be true because then you moved into Aries and the shofars when Moses came down, right here. Moses probably came down from Mount Sinai. Whether it was true or not is irrelevant, but right around here. Because he was bringing down the 10 Commandments that were for the age of Aries. And the age of Aries moves into Pisces, which is one of the largest signs, second largest. And now we get to go in here, which is what Jesus says in Luke 22 verses 10. Follow me into the house with a man bearing a pitcher of water. So clearly, if you're somebody who follows the kingdom of Jesus, it ain't in the sign of Pisces, it's in the sign of Aquarius. And that's just the story, folks. But anyway, let's go around and take a look at what else is going on. Let me show you where Poseidon is, because Poseidon is in Pisces still. Pisces is still stacked. We got Mercury here. We have Mars. We have Kronos. We have Poseidon. And we even have Chiron here. Chiron's being here. So you literally have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 celestials. I got to sneeze. All right. 5 celestials. Mercury, the way you think. All these are in water now too, right? So the thinking can get a little bit heavy. The thinking can get church-like. I mean, I've been doing the exorcist and the possession and all that stuff. Remember that Jesus, when he casted out the devils, he casted them out in the pigs. And in Chinese, the pig, the equivalent is Pisces. Sign number 12 is the pig. Sign number 12 is Pisces in the tropical. This is the value of the tropical system. 12 zodiac signs, the 12th is Pisces. And ladies and gentlemen, Jesus cast the demons into the pigs, and I've been following the demonology and the possession for the past couple weeks and these exorcists. My Chiron is in Pisces. If you've been following it, that may be the reason why. I know why it's the reason for me. Because I got my Chiron here, and Chiron is here. I have my Chiron return right now. There it is. Pisces is possession, the church. Okay? That's what it is. Mercury's the way you think. Mars is your drive and ambition. There's a lot of people that are pushing and talking about religion. Kronos, Father Kronos here. And Poseidon, the ruler of Pisces, the water, the ones that makes it can get very mystical here. A lot of people, you see a big push in the mysticism as well, because Poseidon is back in Pisces. So obviously that's a main reason why we have a lot of that stuff going on. There's a lot for me anyway, and I'm sure for a lot of you. But right now the sun's in Aries. The sun is officially in Aries now. So the sun isn't a fire sign. But we have a lot of water to put the fire out here, right? So this is why we can't just say, oh, what's your sign? Your sign is just your sun sign. It's not the celestial signs. It's all of them, okay? But the sun is in Aries for everybody right now. So when you go outside and the sun is shining in the sky, you're getting fire energy. You're getting Aries energy right now. So you're getting the aspect of your mind and your first house. Even if you don't have, like I got Libra and Scorpio in my first house. So I'm not going to get Aries energy, but I'm going to get the Aries energy as a subordinate because the sun is in Aries right now for everybody. And this is a good time to start your ideas because this is kind of the first sign traditionally. This is the rat in Chinese. The rat is the curious one. So this is a time for you to plant your seeds right now because your spirit for everybody is in the sign of Aries. And if you have the rat as your Chinese sign, this is going to maximize this position for you. Mercury is about right. Mercury is in Aries. These boundary lines to me are frivolous. I don't really agree with everything here. Mercury right now is on the cusp. It's going to pick up on, there's a star for Pisces. So Mercury still is in and still picking up on the Pisces energy. It's picking up on the Aries energy because it's moving into Gamma Aries. But this is a time to start your new ideas. Drop your idea. The whole year, we're in a one cycle. And then the big one right now, Taurus, you have Venus in her home sign. Uranus is in, Taurus is housing Uranus. And that is why I would say we're having this revolution around money. All these changes, like Mexico just announced that they're moving their own coin. Mexico's not even going to go to crypto. Mexico has their own digital coin, and they're moving gas stations and the taking of gas, they want to start converting it into their own digital dollars. This is what the Uranus and Taurus is. Taurus is money. Crypto is very volatile. It's been up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Venus wants it all, man. So there's a big push of people wanting comforts. But Uranus, of course, is the planet of revolution. So the comforts for a lot of you have been taken away. The hyperinflation, I would imagine a lot of it has to do with this. And, potentially it could get worse. So you just have to have no expectations with what's going on in the Middle East. I don't really keep up on that, so I'm kind of ignorant in that area. But the sky says, volatile money, but there's a love of money right now for a lot of people. Taurus and Venus. There's a love of the finer things in life. And then you get Zeus and Gemini. It's been there for a minute. It was in retro for a while. I think it's about ready to go direct. Yeah. It's about ready to move out maybe in July, I think. June or July next month. The big Zeus. Big Zeus is about ready to leave Gemini and expand into Cancer. There will be an expansion in obviously what Cancer is all about, which is home. Focus on home, the homestead. Focus on love, your heart. And of course, the moon going around the zodiac, its placement is going to make that Jupiter expand in all the zodiac sign ways, all the constellations. Remember, the moon rules Cancer. So as it goes around on the ecliptic, and when Jupiter's there housing it in July, well, the moon's going to enhance that Jupiter position in Cancer. So the full moons and new moons will be impacted by the Zeus energy once Zeus hits Cancer. That's a big deal. It's a really, really big deal. And then, there are some other layers where you can get into the asteroids and Lilith and Ceres and all that kind of stuff. And just remember, ladies and gentlemen, that it's not just these signs on the ecliptic. It's going to be Hydra. Hydra affects Cancer and Leo and Virgo, the largest on the sizes. Of course it's going to impact these, as does Leo Minor, as does Coma, as does Boots. These are all going to influence the ecliptic above. Of course. If you don't think Sirius influences it, well, you might want to take a second look at how things work with the ecliptic. Sirius absolutely affects the ecliptic, affects the playing field here. Look how far away it is. So these absolutely have a say on the ecliptic. Just because they're not on it doesn't mean they're not affecting it. Monoceros,
Orion has a big say in between Gemini and Taurus. A big say in this. Orion being the hunter, right? Betelgeuse having a bad rap. The belt of the pyramids. I mean, this is big. So these absolutely have an influence on the ecliptic, on these signs right here. I mean, even Cetus the whale, right? Right below Pisces. Look at Pisces touching Cetus the whale here. Of course these impact. So it's not just about the 13 that are on the ecliptic. And yes, there are 13. What makes a constellation be part of the ecliptic is whether it's on the ecliptic or it's over the ecliptic. The red line. So Libra over the ecliptic, on the ecliptic, Virgo on the ecliptic, Leo on the ecliptic. Well, how about Ophiuchus on the ecliptic? Over it, 51, there it is. Officially part of the round table. There are 13, not 12. There are 12 zodiac signs, 12 houses, but there are 13 constellations. Okay? I'm not spitting out like, oh, this is my opinion. This is a fact. This. If you go research and find out what makes a constellation part of the round table, they must be over the ecliptic or sit on it. Ophiuchus qualifies for that. Just like Sagittarius does. Just like Scorpio does. Okay? Ophi. Which is a game changer in a lot of ways when you study it and you research it. All right. Spiderbite says, I need Dr. Danny. So I'm so far behind understanding my charts. Have you done the Spotlight course? Folks, it's so easy to learn your charts. If you know how to follow directions, if you know how to copy and paste, most of you know you right click on your mouse. Well, there's a shortcut. If you're using a PC, it's Control C to copy and Control V, as in victory, to paste. So you don't have to right click on your mouse. If you're using a Mac, it's Command C or Command V. Well, all you need is to know those shortcuts, or you can right click on your mouse when you go to the Spotlight course, because I not only show you how to read your charts, I give you the instruction manual to copy and paste that you put into AI and you ask it what your placements are. That's how easy it is. It's really, really simple. I created this course so a teenager can use it. Now, if you're struggling with it, that doesn't mean anything about your struggles. Something's just not clicking. That's it. But if you're not using a computer, it's going to be a little challenging. This is not made for the cell phone. Borrow somebody's computer. Or go buy one. You can get a computer now used for a couple $100. I know some of you say, oh, it's easy for you to say, Logan, go sell something. I'm sure every one of you has something of value in your house that you don't use anymore that you could sell on eBay or Craigslist and turn around and go buy a computer. That's what you do strategically as an investment into your future. What's happening in your life right now, don't treat it like it's permanent. It's only temporary. Nothing lasts forever. Going on Killer Priest. Oh, I haven't heard him in a while. Him and he's a good dude. I liked him. I think he's a Leo, but I know he's born in August. I think his son is Leo. I think he was born August, right around my mother's birthday, I think. I haven't got invited on their show. Him and his producer, who I was friends with, God, it's so ridiculous. I can't remember his name. It's been a while. I haven't been on that. I already been on their show twice, and I haven't heard anything. No one's ever reached out, so Sonia says it's the computer thing. I just don't know how to do all the stuff on the computer. Okay, so what you would do, Sonia, is you would get set up for Spotlight. So number one, you have to log on to the Spotlight. You log in, right? So you have that as one of your screens, right? You have that on one of your screens. And then you have to open up like a Word document. I think you're on a PC. So you'd probably use Microsoft Word. So you'd open up a fresh copy of that. And what you're doing in Spotlight is that you're gathering your information from AI. So you have to jump back between a couple different websites. Like, for instance, I'll show you really quickly. Now, obviously, I have a ton of web browsers open. This is kind of minor. I usually have double this. But you have to have these tabs open. Spotlight, right? And then for me, I just slide back and forth. I have the Magic Pad for Apple, which is like you just use your fingers and it allows you to slide back and forth. But you want to have a couple tabs open on your computer. So the first tab you have is the Spotlight course, right? You log in, you sign in, and then you start watching the videos. And as you watch the videos, you're going to probably want this open, and then you're mastering the zodiac. Like for this to work, it's so easy. Okay, I'll do it on the fly and show you right now. And I'll just open up a brand new web browser with Safari on the fly, and I'm just going to go to ChatGPT, just fresh. All right, Safari sucks. Why is this not working? That's why I don't use Safari. I don't know why it's not working. Let me see if I can use Chrome, but I think Chrome's going to sign in with my account. Let me see. Whoops. Let's see if this will open without logging in. Stay logged out. Okay, so when you have your ChatGPT opened, okay, I'm just gonna do this on the fly. It's really easy. Here's a chart. Here's someone's chart. Okay, so you start here in the first house, right? It's the first house, second house. They got all numbers on them. Third, fourth, fifth. It's easy, right? So first you want to get the outside done. So what I want to know is, what's in my first house? What's occupying my first house? Well, about 50% Virgo and 50% Libra, right? So that's what we're going to do. And I show you how to do this. So provide me 2 paragraphs. I think I asked for 4 about the first house of astrology occupied by 50% Virgo, 50% Libra. There. And it's going to give you it. So there you go. There's all your information. Now you can ask for 4 paragraphs. You can ask for 6 paragraphs. So you just copy this. And you're going to paste it into whatever Word document or whatever. You just paste it. And then you go back and do the second house. Now I'm in the second house. What do I have in the second house? I got about, I don't know. Let's see if I can figure this out. 35 or 40%, 50% and 10%. So I have 10% Libra, 40% Scorpio, and 50%, or no, it's not right, 30% Ophiuchus, 35% or 40% Scorpio, and the rest Libra. So that's what you tell AI. Right? You do the same thing. Second house consists of, and you just tell it. You just tell it what's there. Right? So now you get very case specific. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just try to figure it out. Like, if this is 100%, how would you break this apart? This one's easy. Third house, I would just say I have third house 100% Sagittarius. Fourth house, 80% Capricorn, 20% Sagittarius, or 90% or 85% Capricorn, 15% Sagittarius. This one right here, fifth house, I have 80% Aquarius, 20% Pisces. Sixth house, all Pisces. Seventh house, about 80% Aries, 15% Pisces, and 10% Taurus. And you just go around, and that's how you read it. And each one, you ask AI to give you the definitions of it. When you don't even have to copy and paste and put it in your document. You just give it some more information. And when you go all the way around and you're done, then you go into the placements. And all you can do is click on here. What does that mean? Just copy that. Sun, Virgo, first house. Sun, Virgo, first house. Bam. There you go. And now it's going to pop out 2 definitions, 2 paragraphs. You want 4 paragraphs? Ask it for 4 paragraphs. There you go. Simple. It's not hard. It's so easy. Right? You just copy. Moon. You don't even have to think about it. You just copy it. That's it. That's how you do astrology. And then there's advanced layers that you can do that we haven't showed in the course, because these are the basics, and all you need are the basics. That's it. That's all you have to do. Let me just close this out because it's going to suck up bandwidth. That's as easy as it gets, folks. It's so simple to do this. You just got to listen to the videos, and then take the copy and pasting and look at the chart. And it's all color-coded. And I teach you all about how to read the color coding. I go through every single zodiac sign, every single constellation, and they're all numbered, and it tells you exactly what they mean as cliff notes. And we do the course just like that for all the layers. For the numerology, how to get your name numerology, Francis Bacon, tarot cards attached to that. All of it. All the way through the Enneagram, all the way through the human design. And they're all done, and you got to go in sequence, because if you skip around, you go to the complicated sections at the end that are a little bit more complicated, you're going to miss the simple ones that you need to go through. As you go through the Spotlight course, you're training yourself on how to do these formulas, how to do this organization. So when you finally get to the more complicated parts, it's a little bit easier because you have more practice. This is an investment, folks. So there's no reason to don't get frustrated. This is an investment into yourself. No, ChatGPT is completely free to use. As all I know now, I don't know if you have to pay for it now, but as far as I know, you can create a free account and it will give you the information without having to upgrade to a paid account. It may limit you on the definitions per day. I don't know what it's like now, but it's like $10 a month, $20 a month. So you just spend $20. The course is free. Spend $20 for 1 month. Dedicate your life to the Spotlight course. Spend $20 on the unless you can get away with using it for free and you don't have any limitations. That's totally cool. Lee Howard, thoughts on the 4 of diamonds. Well, if you're a 4, this is if you're born in the 4th, like me, if your life path is a 4, this is going to be part of your reality. And then let's set the diamond aside. Forget about the suit right now. If you're a 4, maybe you're a 4 of spades. If you're a 4, then the main primary driver in your life is structure. The 4s mean structure. Because what is it in the shape of in sacred geometry? A cube. Square. This is hard to push over. That's why 4s are stubborn. You're a teacher and student at the same time. What is the 4 tied to? The heart. The anahata. The 4s are tied to Cancer and the moon, astrologically. And then you add on the diamond, if you're a diamond. What are the diamond's primary driver in life? I want. What do you want? Physical things. The diamonds represents physical. It doesn't mean you're going to want to be rich. It's not what I mean. But I'm telling you right now, if you don't abide by the card, it will be a little bit more challenging for you. Accepting your role, ladies and gentlemen, doesn't mean that you just bend over. Accepting your role is surrendering to the code because that's what you've been given as your screenplay. I was engaged to a 4 of diamonds for over 4 years. So I know that energy quite a bit. Now it's going to be different for everybody, right? Because just the playing card itself is not going to tell you everything about the person. But the diamond is I want. If you're a heart suit, I feel. You feel your way through life. I want to feel. The club suit, I think. These are tied to the wands and the tarot. And the true nature, these come first. Because when you look at the sun through the clouds, you'll see a whole bunch of wands shining up over the clouds. The rays of the sun, those are the wands. That's the clubs. And right there is the cross, by the way. If you watch The Exorcist Decoded, the astrology of Bob Larson, you would know that. The only suit that is tied to the cross is the club. So I think the diamond is I want. The heart suit is I feel, and then the, can't even get any spades here. Spade suit, I am. I am. Spirituality. It's the when you look at it from the cards, look at these 2 suits. One suit is pointing down, the other one's pointing up. The heart points down. I want to feel. I want to go. When you start to feel, you descend down because the emotions pull and ground you down. They weigh you down. Your emotion, you become slaves to the emotions. And the spade suit is it wants to go back up. I am. I want to go back up. And then you just add on the, like that right there is the card for Christmas, the 6. How many days of creation? 6 days. This is the card for December 25th. Has many birthdays. This is the card that's tied to carbon or carbon-based life forms. So and that's just your birth card. And that's going to be essentially your earth card. You have a spirit card. Most of you have a spirit card as well, which will be tied to your sun. And in your astrological chart, this is advanced, but I'll just tell you, in your astrological chart, your earth is across from your sun. And all the placements work that way.
So if you have a Mars in Leo, that's the spirit of Mars in Leo, but where does it ground itself? Across the way from Leo, maybe in Aquarius, where potentially that's where you lie. Because what's as above is so below. So in the human design system, one of the gates that will be activated for you will be the one that's right across from your sun. Which we didn't even show that in the cosmic codes because there's just so much. And I wasn't looking at it. But that's one of the things that you look at. Yeah, Michael says ChatGPT is still free to use. That's good to know. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just telling you, like, learning about yourself is the great. Now, I know a lot of you may not agree with this. Some of you may not agree with this, but some of you don't even know your blind spots. You're so unconscious in your life. You don't even know what you're doing. And that's if you have a simple life. If you have a complex life, if you have a busy life, it can get it even more challenging. So when you go through the course and you figure out what your blind spot, like how your emotions and how you're triggered and how your emotions are tied, what they're tied to, what your drives and ambitions are, what Mars is using you for your drives and ambitions. Are you a hothead? Do you have an anger issue? Maybe you got Mars in Aries. Do you have a high sex drive? Maybe you got Venus in Aries. It's typical. Venus in Aries. Venus in a fire sign of Mars. It's like, I want sex. I want passion. Not for everybody. If you got Jupiter, if you got Zeus in Aries, maybe you want to be first in everything you do. You don't want to be subordinate. So it's going to be about you. If you have a lot of energy in Aries, man, this lifetime may be about you. A lot of people call that selfish. Who gives a shit what they say? When their opinion don't pay your bills, right? When's the last time someone paid your bills with their opinions? Who's paying you based upon the opinions, what they think about you? Who's getting paid that way? Folks, when your life goes by and you're on your deathbed, and that's going to happen for everybody, what are you going to be thinking about? Are you going to be looking back and, man, I wish I would have did this, I wish I would have did that? So scripted or not, ladies and gentlemen, this message here is like this, the time is now to do what you got to do. And if you're struggling right now, then the time is now to plant some seeds to move out of the struggling. But you can't just sit back and wait for it to come your way. Life doesn't work that way. You got to go get it. And you may be in a code where you're in this circle and it's like you're just making enough to get by in life, but you want more. You got to break that cycle. All of it will be if you just look at your playing cards and your tarot and your name and your life path, you'll know so much about yourself and what you're. And then if I got to sit down and interview each and every one of you and said, hey, what do you really want to do in life? What do you really want to do? What gets you off? Not sex, but what gets you off? What gets you excited about life? You know what gets me excited about life? I'll give you an example because a lot of people I can't wait to get up. Like I go to bed, I can't wait to go to sleep because I love sleep. I usually sleep really good. And then when I get up, man, I'm ready to attack life. Like what can I get my hands on today with coding or helping people out or
Every time I do a reading, I get to elevate somebody and show them how amazing they are. You know what that feels like? So if you're not there, don't think you're never going to get there. But something has to change to get there. Like you can't want it and then don't make any changes in the vicious circle that you're on. Scripted or not. Tessarini 88, Devil birth card. How are you? Were you born in the 15th or something? I'm not sure. The Devil card is not associated with any birth card, so I'm not sure. Not directly. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Someone's asking, what's your favorite astrology? Well, the True Sky, man. True Sky. I should pop some of these comments up, but it's... Here we go. My favorite astrology, True Sky. What is True Sky astrology? What I see in the sky is what you get. What you see is what you get. Then I go to the chart, or I go to the charts and I verify with the sky. True Sky. That's my favorite. Mayan's cool. I'm an eagle in the Mayan. I like it all. We included the Mayan in the Spotlight course. I like it all. But there's something special about looking at all the placements in the constellations, in the zodiac signs, and interpreting all that. And then adding on the human design on top of that, the True Sky human design. Whoo! It's amazing. So with that in mind, let me show you. Let's take you on a little journey. Told you I'd give you a little sneak peek. I'll give you this one first. Anybody watch this amazing show? This show is just, it's like sick, but it's so good. And you know, there's something really interesting about this show. But there's a lot to do with the underworld. There's so much to do with the aliens and all that being tied to the boys and Compound V and all that kind of stuff. So is this scripted, this show? Yep, it is. It came out on July 26th. That's the Two of Clubs. This card right here is hugely tied to Hades. Somebody asked about being tied to the Devil card. If there was a card that was tied to the Devil, this would be one of them. Because in the French Gregorian system, the Two of Clubs is card number 15, and the Devil card in the major arcana is 15. And the Spirit card is the Ace of Spades, the notorious, the infamous Ace of Spades. And the Ace of Spades is card number 40, but in the tarot, it's card number 51. And this is where you get Area 51 and Vanadium with the big V on it, and they take Compound V. I mean, you have this right here, folks. I'm telling you, this whole shit's coming out. The V. You don't think this is a thing? Absolutely, it's tied to this. In Area 51. Well, it's tied to the boys. And the superheroes. It's absolutely tied to all this. So I got this one coming out. But let me show you... let me show you some Halloween. I know we're far away from that, but let me show you how scripted this was. And I want to just be clear, again, this reality doesn't care if it's fiction or nonfiction. This reality is going to produce the code, the forensics behind it to make it look like it's really happening. So real people act out. This guy right here, Nicholas Castle, who played Michael Myers, the character, in 1978 Halloween. There he is right here. Is he really a killer? In the movie, he is. And again, is the movie any different than real life? Absolutely not. but it absolutely is. It's a paradox. So here is Nicholas Castle, and notice his first name. Well, what is Nicholas tied to? How about Old Saint Nick? How about nickel on the periodic table, which is called Devil's Copper? Did they cast him because his name is Nicholas? Born on September 21st, 1947. This is what his birth chart looked like. So you put it into the astro-alchemical cosmic codes, and you not only get the gates, but you get the periodic table tied to it. And what does he have? Oh boy, he's got a big one. He's got a conjunction of Hades and Kronos there. You literally have the underworld and the keeper of time. Satan, Saturn, a lot of people reference it that way. Yaldabaoth. But the big thing is they're in the sign of Leo. What happens when you put the dark side into the sign of Leo, which is the light side? You get the black sun. This spells out the black sun. And they're sitting in gate 62 and gate 53. Gate 62 is tied to Michael, Archangel Michael, so it's the inversion of that. But of course, his name is Michael Myers, so it's the inversion of that. Got to have the dark with the light. And it's in gate 62, which is tied to element 62, and now you get into the son of Sam, Samarium. So he's got his Saturn Kronos in Samarium, in the sign of Leo, which is a light sign. He brings darkness into the light. And then he has his Hades in gate 53, which is the element iodine, which becomes the I am the son of Sam. That's what this reads like. This is just this. This is just this placement, not including all the other things. And the 53rd card in the tarot, in the system we've been using for the longest time, I mean, is that not killing right there on that card? Does that not represent Halloween? Yeah, because he didn't use a gun. He used knives. Well, because you got the black sun inside Leo, which is a white sun sign. The darkness. And I don't know what time he was born at, so the houses are irrelevant. I don't know if it was the 4th house. I just matched it up to get this exact because this is where it starts. So I don't know if this is in the 4th house. At some point during the day on September 21st, it was. So what's big about this, ladies and gentlemen, is when you have Hades and Leo, you get David Berkowitz, which we covered this on the Scripted Reality 36. David Berkowitz, the official son of Sam Killer. Well, where was his Pluto? In the gate 62. So you literally have Nicholas Castle, who was an actor that played a fictional character in Halloween, having his Saturn in Samarium, the son of Sam. But then you have a real life guy who gets arrested, David Berkowitz, the son of Sam, and he has his Hades, the black sun in the white sun, in gate 62. Gate 62 is the storyteller. That's what it is. It's the spell speaker. And look at what this is his Pluto card. The 2 of Wands, a 2 of Clubs. This is his Hades card. And we go back up here to the Boys. This is the card that is associated with the premiere of the Boys on July 26th. Now, the question is, are these producers and directors, are they fans of the cards? Are they fans with alchemy? Are they using this system? I mean, we created this system a couple of years ago. Well, combining all these elements together, I don't know, maybe they were using it before we ever created it. I don't know, but this system wasn't around when the Boys came out, and it certainly wasn't around when David Berkowitz was born. But there it is. Pluto in Leo is the black sun, the dark side. How about this guy? How about Glenn Danzig? Where's his Pluto? In Leo. He's also got his moon there. So he literally has the black sun and the moon. The moon's the lunatics. The moon is the sun at night, where the werewolves come out and the vampires. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, this guy, you think he had a choice to create the Misfits and Danzig? No. Just like this guy didn't have a choice. I know some of you are going to get pissed. You get angry. You don't like what I got to say. Well, why? Don't get mad at me. I'm just giving you the interpretation of what the charts say. Your reaction is the most important thing. You shouldn't even be surprised anymore. So we covered this in the Exorcist decode. I broke all this down. His sun is in sulfur, and his earth is in acid. Sulfur and acid, this guy right here. I mean, he portrays it to a T. He lives it. Proud of it. This is what his code got. Why would we look down on anybody that's living a lifestyle like this? Why are we judging people that have, this guy didn't have a choice. I mean, I'm not going to market and I'm not going to say, yeah, people should go out doing this, but people don't have choices. This is what they got assigned as their role. How about Glenn Benton of the group Deicide? This is a, that kind of heavy metal. Not my style of singing, but it's what he's known for. Look at where his Pluto is. It's in Leo. It's conjunct with his Uranus. You put these two together, whoo! Uranus is revolution and Hades is the god of the underworld. The revolution of the underworld. You're talking about a heavy energy of rebellion. And it's in Leo, which is rebellious. This is the Christos. This is the Antichristos. Doesn't get any more clear than that. At least it's the behavior of it. I'm not saying he's the Antichrist. I mean, he does have the cross branded in his forehead. This is the role that he got assigned. This is the role that he got assigned. This is the role that he got assigned. You don't have to like it. You should be grateful that you didn't get this code. I am. You're on pins and needles your whole life, wondering if you're ever going to get arrested, and you kill people. It's a heavy toll to have that code. So when we continue on with the Halloween, to show you how scripted it is, Nicholas Castle was 31 when they came out with Halloween, the movie, 1978, October 27th. He was born on September 21st, 1947. He was 31 years old. So I go to Solar Spread 31. And what's sitting in his space? The frickin' Three of Swords, the killer card. Right there's his card. This is the card of the adventurer. I'm going to go on some journeys. What did the journey of Michael Myers involve? Killing people. And the spirit card to the Three of Clubs? It's the yin yang card. The Five of Diamonds. Can never get out of this. This is the freaking, the Wheel of Fortune. Loop, the loop, the loop, the loop, the loop. That's why you got 5 fingers, 5 toes, 5 senses. Sitting in space 31 is the Three of Spades when Nicholas Castle and the movie Halloween came out in 1978. You think John Carpenter's using all these tools? He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to because it's all scripted. And just to remind you, David Berkowitz, born on June 1st. That's his birth card. You think he had a choice? So his birth card, the Son of Sam Killer, is sitting in Solar Spread number 31 for Nicholas Castle, who was casted to play Michael Myers for Halloween. You don't think we're living in a scripted reality? And they both have, and they all have, Hades, the underworld, in the sign of Leo. Was he really a killer? No! But he was in the movie. So this becomes our entertainment, and guess what we are as human beings? We are the movie. We are a fractal above this. That's why all these forensics come out this way. So you can learn all about this in the course. All of it. You can learn it. Right? So the last couple things I'll show you is that this is the plot. On Halloween night 1963, a 6-year-old Michael Myers brutally stabs his sister. So here's the chart for October 31st, 1963. Brutally stabs his sister. And what's sitting in gate 44, which is tied to Satan, in the sign of Scorpio? Mars. War. Kill. The word kill in Chaldean is 44. Underworld is 44. So did this really happen? No. But the code doesn't give a shit if it really happened because a movie is the same as your movie. This system wasn't even around back in 1978. But here we are. There it is. Mars in Scorpio. Mars is the traditional ruler of Scorpio. And where's the Hades sitting at? Conjunct Uranus in Leo. How about that? Another conjunction. When you get these two together in the sign of Leo, and the person is operating from their shadow, in real life, they can become violent, evil, nasty human beings. Because you got the dark side there. Okay? In real life, in fictional stuff, this is what you get. Now, you go to the 6-year-old who they casted to play. They casted this kid. He was 9 at the time during the movie, but he was 6, because it says right there, he was 6 years old. So we go to, here is the real life image of him. Can't remember his name. Right? And his birthday is April 8th. I can't remember his name's Will something. There's his card, King of Diamonds. What's the spirit card for the King of Diamonds? It's Nicholas' birth card, the 3 of clubs. So they literally cast the ego, the earth, and the spirit right here in the movie based off of the playing cards and the birthdays. He was born on the 21st. He was born on the 8th. And then when you go to the solar spread number 6, and you look at where the 6th, where you see Will's card, there's the King of Diamonds. Where's it sitting at? The Mars line. Oh boy, how convenient. And what's sitting over here? In solar spread 31, because Nicholas was 31 when they came out with the movie, the 4 hearts. And what is the 4 hearts card? It's the card for Halloween, of course. You see. How are these codes coming out this way? How? Why? You think these people know about it? I doubt it. Sure, maybe some of them. But this system wasn't even around back in 1978. I don't think people were using this back in 1978. Were they using this? Maybe these have been around for the 13th, 14th century. Maybe. This chart. I don't know how old this is. But come on, folks. A 6-year-old kid. King of Diamonds, man. And this guy is the 3 of clubs, and the 3 of clubs is the spirit card to the King of Diamonds. You don't think we're living in a scripted reality? This is just for starters. I decoded Donald Pleasance. I've decoded Halloween before. And Jamie Lee Curtis. Folks, if you don't know it by now, man, we live inside of a movie, man. You're in a movie. So really people get killed? Really people get murdered? Sure. Yes. But it ain't real to whatever's watching us, because when you watch a movie and you see somebody get killed on the screen, no big deal. You stuffing your face full of popcorn. You're watching somebody get stabbed or raped or shot in the head, and you're just munching on your chocolate and popcorn. Who gives a shit? What do you think is happening to our reality at the same time? When people are getting killed and drama happens. As above, so below. That's the evidence using the Spotlight course, by the way. So if you want to know you just saw how accurate that was. Even if you don't understand some of that stuff, you saw the connections there, the undeniable connections, right? Even if you're a beginner, but that's what you could use in the Spotlight course. And it's a donation. It's free. It's free for I made it free for everybody. JT says the people on the screen don't feel real pain, though. Agreed. But again, whatever's watching us, do they feel the pain? Do they feel our pain? How could they? How could it? Is something watching us? Well, we're definitely watching things through cell phones. Right now, you're watching me through a computer screen, a laptop screen, or your cell phone. Maybe you got your cell phone sideways. Am I real? You'd say, yeah, you're real. Have you ever met me? How do you know I'm real? Yeah, Isaac says, my Pluto's in Scorpio. So there you have this, taste for the dark side. It doesn't mean you're a boogeyman. Pluto has so much power. That's why Disney made a dog called Pluto. Made it fun. The dog, God spelled backwards. Pluto was a dog. Pluto's Hades. Hades got the underworld. Zeus got the heavens. Poseidon got the water. I'd say Poseidon and Hades are really the true boogeyman, if you want to call it that, through the esoteric, through the Greek. But ladies and gentlemen, you ever thought about, where are all the riches coming from? Hades. If you go to a mine, they're digging up gold. Well, whose domain is the gold in? Hades. We're digging up platinum, and we're digging up palladium, and we're digging up silver. There's silver mines. Who owns it? That's the domain of Hades. That's why Hades was called the god of riches. And how did they get there? Well, of course, you'll hear all this earth and the crust and heat and all that kind of stuff. But the point is that we are taking gold and platinum and metals from the earth, and then we're putting them into artificial intelligence. We're transferring the wealth of Hades into technology. Are we not? I mean, the United States dollar was once backed by gold. Who owns the gold? Hades does. Why is gold the de facto? Because it's shiny and it's yellow and it looks pretty? Who decided that gold would be the money? It wasn't human beings. Why do the Anunnaki mine for gold? From the oldest story through ancient Mesopotamia and Sumeria. Why weren't they mining for silver or bronze or copper? Why was it gold? Why is the sun gold? The sun's element is gold. Well, the sun, the opposite of the sun, you can't get any low, is Hades, the underworld. There's no gold on the surface, per se. I mean, yeah, there's some in river runoffs, and you can pan for gold and all that. So you could say that Poseidon has some because it's in the water, but it's in the ground. So that's why Hades is like a two-part thing. It's not just the god of destruction. It's not just the upheaval. It's also the riches. But you put that sign in a sign like Leo, which is supposed to be brilliant and shiny and lustery, and now you make a dark lion. You make a black sun. So when the shadow side comes out on that, with Leo especially, it can get very vile. Now, somebody asked about the Hades and Scorpio. Well, it's in its own domain sign. So you just have to know Scorpio represents power because Hades represents power. What is gold? Is gold not powerful? Are precious metals not powerful? If somebody came over and dumped a whole bunch of bullions of gold into your lap, would you be more powerful? Well, you'd be more wealthy. And money can buy you things. I don't think you would say, I don't want it. I think everybody would say, yeah, I'll take it. But that's how powerful Hades is, and Hades in its own sign in Scorpio obviously is going to be drawing you to the occult. One of the reasons why you're here, Isaac, is because Hades is in its own sign, and Scorpio is the very first sign that represents darkness, because in Libra, the sun is about ready to go down through sunset. That's why she's the scales of justice. The United States, when they came out with the White House was first moved into on November 1st, 1801. Guess where the sun was? In Libra. It was in Libra. Scales of justice. That's why the United States Constitution has Lady Liberty there. The scales of justice. Not the Statue of Liberty. Holding the scales up because the White House was moved into on November 1st and the sun was in Libra during that time. The sun is about ready to go down into the 7 gates of Venus. We talked about this. as she goes and descends down into the underworld. Well, the first sign of the underworld is Scorpio. You're officially in the dark in Scorpio. And you could even, depending on what season you're in, you could be in the dark in Libra. Because November 1st, in a lot of places in the world, it gets dark. It gets dark around that time. And, you know, like if you're talking about daylight. Jasmina says, call me Golden Girl as double Leo sun ruler. I'm not, your sun's in Leo. So part of you wants attention. I would imagine that's why you have your avatar picture on there. It's of you. Why do you have you there? Because I'm sure the Leo is playing tribute to that. It's just, you can't help it. Nothing wrong with it. If you have a lot of Leo energy, man, if you have a lot of sun energy, imagine how much worship the sun gets. Just think for a second. When you go outside, when it's cold out, and you go outside and the sun comes up, you're like, oh, feels so good. You're worshiping the sun. Oh my God, that sun feels so good. You're worshiping the sun. What an amazing sunny day today. I'm going to go to the beach. We're going to play volleyball. You're worshiping the sun. Not directly, but you are. And the sun sees everything as it illuminates the earth. What do you think? You think you can hide from that? So the sun gets all this indirect worship constantly. So of course, when it gets all this worship, what happens when you get all the attention? So Leo people, not everybody, but you're coded to want attention to some degree. Maybe minimal. Like, oh, no, that's not me. You're being humble. That's totally fine. But again, Leo energy, the sun, it's about the sun. The sun, when the sun's in the sky, you can't miss it. There it is. And it's going to be there for a minute. People follow the sun. People get up, they punch into the clock when the sun's in the sky. They go home when the sun's going down. They move with the sun. The sun gets all the attention. So if you have energy in Leo, especially multiple planets, there's a lot of focus on you. Because it represents the pride. I'm not saying that you're going to be an egomaniac. No, that's not what I mean. But the sun wants to be seen. So if you have a lot of Leo energy, you want to be seen in some way. It's just the way it is. And again, Jasmina, if you got double Leo, why do you have a picture? Like a lot of people here have their avatars. They get dogs and they have, they don't have their pictures up. Why do you have your physical picture? I would imagine that's you. Why do you have to have that up? Because you got a Leo energy. I would attribute it to that. And again, there's nothing wrong with it. I appreciate people being their code. I have no judgment on the way people are through their zodiac because I can see it. You can see it. You can see it playing out. I have friends that have a lot of Leo energy, and I can just know how they show up. Some people would get angry. Some people get annoyed by that, and then they start gossiping and da-da-da-da-da. But it's just like you when you see that energy and you know how that energy is going to show up, you know what you're going to get. I have this friend of mine, this female. She's like so beautiful. She got these the when you say somebody, oh my God, this person's eyes, you've never seen any other, this person has like the perfect suck me in kind of hypnotic eyes, those blue, that's the kind of eyes she has. She's drop dead gorgeous woman, and she's got a lot of Leo energy, and she freaking squeezes every drop out of it with that Leo energy. I see it a mile away. I have no judgment toward it. Like, but the shadow side of that is then it's like, I want the attention. I want the attention. And if you build your life around the attention and you keep getting the attention, and you know what the thing about it is with women, right? Women can get all dolled up and they can, let's be real, they can seduce a guy like that. Like that. They can get whatever they want, however they want, whenever they want. Guys don't put makeup on and put foundation on and lipstick and eyeliner and all that stuff and try to enhance and try to seduce. They don't, that's not what we're designed for. We don't do that. But that's what women do. Not every one of you. And there's nothing wrong with it. But when you do that all the time and then you can't go out because you build, it's like smoking pot every day and then you don't smoke and you're like, man, this feels weird. Because you get used to not being sober anymore. You build up a layer of identity, and then if you can't live through that identity, you feel abnormal. Well, when you have a lot of Leo energy and the attention's all on you and you can't get that anymore, or it can start to really put a wrench in things. Now that's going to vary too depending on what season you're in as well. You know? No, I get it, Jasmine. I'm just merely giving you my opinion. My opinion is empty and meaningless here. So I just see it like it is. You know, but I mean, there is influence with the Leo there. So you'll say, well, I'm not trying to hide behind anything. I get that. I respect that. But I would think that if you stop getting some kind of attention, you would start to notice it. Like it would become uncomfortable for you. Now again, it's easier for a woman, man. I think it's easier for a woman to attract attention than it is a guy. It's easier, especially when you get older. You can put the makeup on and still attract attention. Guys get older, it's a little different. It's different. Spiderbite says, I was Aquarius. I do feel very in my head so much. It's not, I don't know what you mean by that. I think you may have left the word out. Jasmina says, pride, yeah, worked on curbing and taming ego. Well, here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with your ego. Nothing. That is what your desires are. So when I say, hey, what do you want to do today? Your ego's going to tell me. You don't think the spirit has an ego? Of course the spirit has an ego. Desire equals ego. You have ambitions in your life, that is your ego. I mean, it starts with the letter E. E is 5. You have 5 fingers, 5 toes, 5 senses. You go where your ego wants you to go. You go where your 5 senses, the letter E is the 5th letter. You go where the ego wants you to go. There's nothing bad about the ego. The ego is just your desires. That's it. You can humble yourself by not giving into the desires of the flesh, which would make you more spiritual, as they call it. But that's still desiring to tame the ego of the flesh. So there's still a desire of the ego. The ego is just like, I don't want to do the lower chakras. I'm going to go up higher. This is the higher side of the ego. The lower side is the bottom half. Red, yellow, and orange. Let me just change this music. I don't know if it was too loud. Maybe it was. I guess we'll find out. Spiderbite says, I need help getting started. Step number 1, make the decision. So you say, I need help getting started. That's not a decision. I want to get started. That's a decision. That's a different spell than saying I want. So if I say to you, I need to go to the gym, what does that automatically tell my nervous system? Ugh, I don't want to. I need to. How about I am going to? What's different? I am going to. That's why it's the I am. So there's a need, there's a want, and then there is a directive of I am. So just when do you want to get started? Make the commitment. This is the year of commitments, folks. We are in a one cycle. Don't wake up tomorrow on Monday, if it's not Monday yet for you, and do the same thing you did last Monday and the Monday before that. Make the commitment. And again, there's no excuse anymore because it's the course, Spotlight, is free. One of the reasons why I didn't want to move it to free, folks, is because people perceive free as no value. I explained this. If it's free, I'll put it off. No big deal. I got all the time in the world. And then you forget about it. Then life gets in the way. And I've gone to seminars. I've paid a lot of money to go to seminars. And you bet your bottom dollar, I just didn't say, I'm not going to go today. Like, do you ever buy a plane ticket and not get on the plane? Usually. Like, what is the percentage of people buying a plane ticket, spending $500, $600 on a plane ticket, and then waking up and saying, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to go. Screw it. Who does that? Nobody. It's $500, man. $600. There's value with that. And I got to be somewhere. Screw it. Screw them. I'm not going to go. $500, no big deal. No. 99.9% of you, if you buy a plane ticket, your ass will be at the airport. Make the same commitment on this journey this year of making yourself better. Treat it like you're spending $1,000 on a plane ticket. Especially if you have kids. I wish my parents had a course through the esoteric when I was a kid. And taught me and raised me through that. It wasn't meant for it to be that way. It's all scripted no matter what. So I don't have any regrets. But I do have, could I go back? Would I do it the same if I could have it some other way? I mean, if you could be God for a week, what would you do differently? Think about that. If you could be God for one day and control the entire universe, what would be your priorities? What would you do? What would you clean up? What would you make better? What would you adjust? Well, why don't you live your life like that tomorrow? Even though you're not God, you are in control of your reality through your screenplay.
So when you wake up tomorrow, make the commitment to do some changes. Don't place free for no value. And, you know, I do want to say, those of you, and I've sent out rounds of emails, and if we've had some generous donations come in, and I am super, super grateful. I had no expectations, but there are those of you that have donated, and I have sent an email back to every single one of you personally, thanking you for your donation. So I appreciate it, honestly. So it's not like I haven't done that. So I do want to give kudos to all of you that have. Milton says, let me just pop this up on the screen. Milton says, there's only one correct way to obtain your totem. There's only one correct way to do to your totem, yes, or obtain your totem, yes. You have to buy the medicine cards. They're like $20. But again, those of you that are on a tight budget, it's an investment. So if you got to sell something for $20, like I know all of you that are on a fixed budget, I know that there's something in your house that you have that you could sell to somebody to make $20 that you're not using. Many of you have hundreds of dollars, maybe even thousands of dollars sitting in your house and you're not doing anything with it. Go get rid of it. Go sell it. Invest in yourself. So the medicine cards are $20, something like that. You can get a used set for maybe $15 on eBay. You'll need those cards to do the totem pole. You'll only do it once in your life, one time. So it's sacred. And I'm coming out with an extra module for the course that takes all of the medicine cards and places it over the playing cards. So you'll be able to ask AI to generate descriptions of what your totem looks like, or not your totem, what your cards through the zodiac are going to look like. Your constellations are going to look like through the medicine card deck. So it's not just doing the totem pole. It's also going to be through the astrology and the cosmic cards and the cosmic the codes, human design. All of this is integrated together. Yeah, I'll show you right now. I would go on eBay. If you go on eBay, I know they have an eBay in Australia. You type in medicine cards, Jamie Sams. These are the cards. You don't need the book. This is the book and the card deck. So this is Mexican. So this is like $20. $25. About $25 for a brand new set. I know they have eBay over in Australia, but this is the one you want. These are the official cards to use for the totem pole. You don't need the book. Okay, we have online, we have AI now. This is old school. That we don't need the book anymore. AI already has all this information. Okay, and then some. So you don't need the book unless you like to look at the books. You just need the cards.
So going through your comments here. Yeah, that's the other thing, ladies and gentlemen, that we've talked about so many times before is what season are you in? Your life is based on fours. Spring, summer, fall, and winter. 4 blood types. O, A, B, AB. It's going to be 8 with the RH factors. How about north, south, east, or west? How about the 4 gospels? Why are there 4 gospels? Why are there 4 fixed signs in astrology? Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, ox, lion, eagle, man, 4 fixed signs. Ezekiel 1 verses 10. It's got the freaking Wheel of Fortune tarot card embedded right into Ezekiel 1 verses 10. That's why I just, when people, when you go to the Bible, Ezekiel 1 verses 10, as for the likeness of their faces, man, lion, ox, eagle. Okay. So we go to the tarot. What's on the world card? Man, ox, lion, eagle. Huh. 4 fixed signs. What's in the middle? The portal. The astrology wheel. Right? That's what it is. The world. It's right there, man. This is from Jewish mysticism. Of course, Ezekiel 1 verses 10 is the Old Testament, so that's Jewish, if you want to say that. Josh, how's it going from Australia? Why the roulette wheel? Well, if you go all the way back to the beginning, you'll see why. It was kind of inspired by my friend, Ruel. Thanks for giving it away, Jasmina. I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's because 1 through 36, a roulette wheel, let me just come back on here. This right here, I had it created I was trying to think of what image to use for 119. And on a roulette wheel, there's 36 total numbers. And if you add up 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, all the way to 36, you're going to get 666. Which is kind of the number of the beast. So we took that and we chased it. And we went here. And the 119 tied to the number of the beast is tied to you and I. That's why it says it's the number of a man. It should have said it's the number of a man and woman. But the number of the beast and who can defeat it is procreation. And other things. But copper and iron are the 2 elements that represent alchemically the male-female principle, the love story. Maybe you're not here anymore. Maybe this is a past thing for you. But there are a lot of people in the world right now that are at this space. They're out there looking for their knight in shining armor. Or they're out looking for their princess bride. Because they're maybe 30 years old. And they don't know anything about the esoteric. It doesn't matter. Do you realize how many people in this world don't give a shit about anything code-wise and the forensics of the code and the esoteric? And the majority of people in the world, all they care about is this. That's what the majority of the world likes, this. And anything that interferes with this, there will be an emotional reaction. If anything interferes with their life and this, they're going to probably tell the world about it. So the 119 being what's your crushing 119 is the molar mass of copper and iron. Copper is the blue blood by the females. Copper is linked to the biological required use of oxygen and what makes blood blue, and it's feminine. And then the red is the Mars masculine. You bring those two together, and what color do you get? Purple. Purple is the color of what? Royalty. So what is royalty tied to? Male, female. That's what it's tied to. Violet. Gamma. But this is tied to the beast. There's a lot of other things that are tied to it. Oh, I didn't have my screen on, did I? Did I have my screen off the whole time? Let me see. Did I not have my screen on the whole time? Were you guys just looking at me the whole time as I was going through that? I don't know. It was off. Okay. Let's do it again. So the roulette wheel was an idea inspired by my friend Ruel, and he texted me this today, and he's like, hey, the roulette wheel is 666. Here are all the numbers. There are 37 if you include the 0. 37 is the 12th prime, and there are 12 zodiac signs. Just going to fit right over the top of that. But anyway, they add up to 666. So I thought it would be kind of cool to do the 119 and how it's tied to the vesica piscis, and this is the vagina. And then this is the cosmic vagina, but then you go into the Mars and the Venus, and you know, this right here is, as I said earlier, is what people, the majority of people in this world are interested in. They're interested in sex and procreation, and they're interested in getting a family and making babies. They're interested in falling in love and cuddling and holding each other, and they're interested in defending that. They're interested in going to work to support that. They're interested in making babies to keep the heritage going. The majority of the world doesn't care about the esoteric. They don't care about these things that we talk about here. They don't care about alchemy. This literally is just like, I didn't give a shit about this. I mean, I remember I got a C in science. I don't even remember the periodic table that much. Most people don't care about the esoteric. They don't care about astrology. They don't care about numerology. They don't care about the code. All they care about is defending their families, making a family, chasing sex and orgasm, chasing their next high, looking for this. And you and I got here because of this. And that's how I know it's true. Because without this, you and I wouldn't be here. Not the fairy tale, not necessarily the fairy tale, but you and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for this. So the two elements that represent the masculine and feminine is copper and iron. Copper is the female and iron is the male. The blue bloods. You females are the blue. Very soothing, right? Blue is a very soothing color. It's the dominant color in the sky, the water. It's a very soothing. The water breaks, the woman gives a birth to a little baby. So blue is the woman, and blue is created by the copper. But the red is the masculine, the anger, the drive, the ambition. I'll go take care of that. I'll go beat them up for you. I'll protect you. It's Mars, it's war, it's red. It's oxygen. It's essential to be a human being. And these two bring in the 119. So when you see Genesis 11 verses 9, which talks about the Tower of Babel, people died, a lot of bloodshed, men and women being killed, confusing the language. All of these stories can be found in so many different ways, but this right here, this scene is what a lot of people, the majority of the world, want. They're not concerned about where their Pluto is at in their astrological sign. They don't care where their Mars or their Venus is. It's irrelevant to them. That doesn't matter. What matters is having sex. What matters is buying flowers for their girl. What matters is having a baby. What matters is going on vacation so they can have more sex, so they can cuddle and raise their oxytocin, because that's what human beings do. This is how you and I all got here. And that's what the whole roulette thing was. The roulette wheel is the samsara wheel. Spinning the wheel to see where the white ball lands on, to gamble. Every day you go outside, you gamble. You get in your car, you gamble when you drive. Someone could hit you and kill you. Every time you go out into this world, you gamble with your life. That's kind of the idea behind it. Life is a gamble, Isaac said. I totally agree. I do know that we're serving out a life sentence, as we've shown. You and I are serving out life sentences. What I mean by that is you're stuck in here. You're stuck in this reality, and it's very possible, ladies and gentlemen, that we never get out. What if that was the truth? What if you found out that you're just going to reincarnate over and over and you're never ever going to get out of this reality? What would you do differently today if you found out that that was the 1 + 1 = 2 truth? That you're just this reincarnated character inside this, body. And you're just going to repeat it after you die, and you're going to come back in. What would change in your life? I know all of you would be doing a lot more different things. I think a lot of people would be doing like bucket lists ASAP. And again, why? Because the truth would be you're not going to remember. So if you found out tomorrow that reincarnation is real and all you're going to do is come back as a different character, I already know I would be doing a ton of different things that I'm not doing now. And I know you would too. I think there's a very good possibility that that's. I thought of this today too. You're at the end of your life. Imagine you're at the end of your life and you're going to die, but you're going to come back. You're not going to come back as this person. You don't know how you're going to come back. It's like a surprise. But I just personally, I don't see how we go up or down the ladder because there is no choice. So for me anyway, so there's no choice. So this is something to be grateful for. Like I want you to imagine, I'll give you some visuals so you can see what I'm talking about, because they're much more powerful when I show you the videos or the visuals. When you look at these images, and you look at these children, like, you know, you and I were kids once. We were at this point in our life right here. And, you know, these kids over in Gaza, losing legs and arms. Probably over 100,000 people have lost their lives, homeless. Imagine having to go to sleep here. How does your life look now? Imagine being a mother and having to do this. How would you stack up your life to this? Or imagine that you're the parent of this child and there's nothing you can do about it. How would you compare your life to right now versus this? This is real life, folks. These are not AI images. This is really happening. So the thing to be grateful for is I didn't get this. I didn't get assigned this. So the next time you want to complain about your life or complain that you don't have this or that, maybe you want to think about or look at these images. Maybe this could be your son. Or maybe now you have to raise a kid with no legs. Not so bad now if you compare it to your life now, is it? So you be grateful that we didn't get this. So this shit really happens. You know, and if you were God and you could play God for one day, would you end this? Certainly you would. So why is it not being ended? See, I'm not that person to say, well, you know, it's God trying to prove to the angels or prove to the devil that worship is this and that. No, I don't buy that shit. This is not about ego, folks. This is about allowing. All this stuff is allowed to happen. And there's a reason for it. But beyond the reason, these should make you grateful for your life, that you wake up and you have a car and you got money. Even if you live paycheck to paycheck, you don't have what they got. And this is just one part of the world. This is even showing other parts of the world. So maybe you want to put yourself in check. Instead of complaining and bitching about your life and how this sucks and how you don't have this or you don't have that, well, go take a look at some of these images, because I'm sure your backyard doesn't look like this. Something to be grateful for. You know? Pillar of Pip asks, is the sadness everlasting? See if I can pop this up on the screen. It's a good question. To be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen, that's why I don't look at those images. Because I have a heart. I know it's happening. It's painful. And then I look to the people that are doing it, and you know, and I know that they're living out their screenplay. What's allowed to happen over there, it's not by them. Because if there was an all-powerful God that could control everything, it would have already stepped in by now. Because if you could play God for one day, you'd end all of that tonight. And you're not a perfect spirit. So either there's something missing from our data banks on what reality is supposed to look like, or the more logical way is that we live in this movie. And like the next time, like if you go here, striking out on my, if we go to this, If we go to saving, like this movie just popped into my head. You go to this. Saving Private Ryan. Imagine living during this time. Whew. Imagine living here. Anyway, is this real? So you're going to tell me this is not real. And you're going to tell me that this is real. What's the difference between this and this? What's the difference? Well, I say there's no difference. There's just the observation of difference. Because, ladies and gentlemen, there's no other way to justify or make sense of all this other than we're in a movie, man. And when you watch Saving Private Ryan and they get their leg blown off, do you feel the pain? Does it matter? Oh, because when you hit the remote control, that was a good movie, and you're stuffing your face full of chocolate and popcorn and gummy bears, and watching the movie, and they're getting their legs blown off, and give me some more popcorn. It doesn't matter. So the only logical explanation is this reality doesn't matter to whatever's watching. We're just like the movie that we watched. The Saving Private Ryan doesn't matter. It's just a movie. It's not real. Well, that's how I look at this reality. So I don't go and stare at these images too often. Because, ladies and gentlemen, when the next time you watch a movie, do you ever cry? Has a movie ever made you cry or get angry? The next time it does, maybe you need to step back and say, why am I getting emotionally involved with this show? It's not real. See, your brain can't tell the difference between what's real and what's not real. And I personally, ladies and gentlemen, I think that this reality is a big experiment. Humankind is an experiment. And it's a simulation, so it's not real. Meaning the simulation is an experiment. Just like if you put people in the movie theater, everybody's going to have a different reaction on what they see on the screen. Every time you go to the movies, it's an experiment of people's emotions. I can't wrap my head around it any other way. Studied it high and low, through trying to justify it through every single thing you can possibly imagine. Of course, I had a big background in theology, tried to justify it that way. That fails miserably. That makes no sense at all. I was told that God had to prove to Satan that mankind would worship God without any attachments. It's an ego thing, man. How do you stack that up besides ego? When you have to go prove it to somebody so somebody can watch, we already know that's not perfection. It's got to be a better way, man. Why are natural disasters allowed to happen? Why do people get killed by earthquakes and tornadoes? Where's the love in that? Those are nature. Why do people got to die for those things? What did they do wrong? Nothing. It's the same. We're in a movie. Next time you watch a natural disaster, go watch Tornado or Twister. You go watch, what's the difference? Nothing. But it's not real. This reality ain't real, man. That's why everything's allowed. Maybe you can wrap your mind around this. Maybe you can't. Maybe I'm crazy and you think that I'm off my rocker. That's fine. But to me, it's the only way to justify what happens in this world. And then you go through the ages of astrology and you see the spring, summer, fall, and winter. You see the demise. Every age is like a baby. The beginning of age is when the baby comes out. If you start a company It's a baby. It's in its infant stages, right? Everything has a beginning. You buy a brand new car, it's brand new. I can take it on a road tour. Don't have to worry about it breaking down. You're driving in a baby, right? You got to break the engine in. Got to break the baby in, right? So you buy a new car, don't go over a certain mile per hour. You got to break the engine in. Got to break the baby in when the newborns comes in. So if you take that car, you have that car for 20 years, you put 300,000 miles on it, and you sell it to somebody. And you say, what are you buying the car for? I'm going to take a couple road trips across the U.S. I don't know, man. It's got 350,000 miles on it. I don't know if you want to do that. It's leaking a little oil. Transmission doesn't shift that well. Ball joints are a little loud in the front. I don't know if you want to take it on road trips. Why? Because the car is like a senior citizen. You're driving a senior citizen. You're driving a winter car. But a brand new car, it's like a spring car. You get that smell of new car. It's a baby boy, man. Baby girl. So just what stage of life are you in this reality right now? Spring, summer, fall, and winter. You take that aspect, you're going to know where your mind's at. You're going to know where your priorities are at. You're going to know a lot about the person. Like, I would not attempt to do what I did back when I was in my 30s. No way. There's no way that I could go to Las Vegas for a weekend and stay up all weekend and just party like a rock star. Could I do it? Yeah. But I would be dead for a week. The recuperation time would be crazy. I'm not in my spring or summertime anymore. I'm in my fall time. What happens during the fall season? The leaves start to fall off the trees. The leaves are warning you that death is coming. So the priorities shift during your fall season. So when you look at your astrological chart and you start to look at it through the fall season, the lens becomes different. The interpretations become different. So it's the same thing with everything, ladies and gentlemen. We have governments that rise and fall. Give me 1 second. We have governments that rise and fall. When they rise, they start off as a baby. Brand new. Everything works. Everything's clean. If it's built on integrity and loyalty. You think about the Constitution of the United States. We the people. The Constitution, the original Constitution. And now you have all these amendments. Why do you have to amend? Well, you adjust. But more prisons, more. Because the Constitution gets darker and darker and darker. Because it moves to death. Same thing with somebody who gets put into power. Same thing if you build a company. Brand new. Same thing. You watch these bands. You watch some. I mean, I'm in my 50s, right? So I'm a big fan of the 80s, and you see these bands that are from the 1970s and 1980s in their prime, still touring today, and you can hear that the voices are not as crisp. They're not as enthusiastic when they sing. Maybe they can't sing anymore because the vocal cords are just hammered. The speed of the drums is not as what it once used to be. The luster of that band is no longer how it was when they first were touring in the spring and summer in their prime. Right? There's enthusiasm, there's excitement. I can do a lot more. I don't have handicaps in my life. I can stay up and party all weekend. I can go out on and sing every night. I can play my guitar, play the drums. I can go party. The bands, now the enthusiasm goes away. I mean, imagine having to sing the same song millions of times. Wouldn't you get tired of singing the song? I would think so. I mean, eat the same foods every day for 6 months and you'll get tired of that food. How is it any different from a band playing the same song or album for 30 or 40 years? You get tired of it. So when you go out on stage and you're singing that, I can see it in the artist. I can see it, and I know you see it. You watch them now versus 30 years ago, and they just don't have that enthusiasm on stage singing anymore. It's still there, but it's nothing like it was. So you take that, you compare it with your relationship. The relationship that you're in now, it's not the same as what it once was when you first got into it. The lovemaking is not the same. Don't try to tell me that it is. It's not. The way the kiss felt the first time is not the way the kiss feels 20 years later. It's just not. Because the used car doesn't drive like a new car. That's why people cheat. One of the reasons. Because they look at the old, they don't want the old, they want the new. They start to wander. Because the new comes with less problems. The new feels better. It's exciting. So it's the same thing in all of these aspects in our lives. Relationships, bands, companies, governments. They go through a period of birth and death. And the same thing goes for you on a personal level. You get birthed into this world, and you're going to die out of this world. We don't know what happens after that, but you are at a stage of your life where spring, summer, fall, or winter. Just got to figure out what season you're in. Look at your chart, interpret your numbers, and you'll start to see how you view the world. What your likes and dislikes are. You know, back in the day, I was like, woo, loud, play the music really loud. Now it's, I just want quiet. Don't want to hear anything. Sensitive. Right? Maybe you are too. I'm 53, so it's way different. When I was 30, man, bulletproof, immortal. The louder the better. The crazier the better. Summertime. We want to take our clothes off, get crazy in the summertime. Right? We were know-it-alls. I can do that. No problem. Courageous. Now when you get older, man, it's your priorities shift. And that's, even think about the hair on your head. I got grays. I got gray in my beard. And I used to have it was all black. And then, dark brown. Do we go gray? No, we go white. These aren't gray hairs. They're white hairs. We go from black to white. See, when you're born into this world, you're born as matter. You're born into the black, man. There's no light inside of here. It's all dark. And the more things you attach to your life, the more weighed down you get. And you become that pentagram, the 5-pointed star. It's one of the sacred geometry shapes on a soccer ball. So that's why we have black. Even if you have blonde hair, dark hair, no gray, if you have no white hair, they say gray, it's white. It's white. So think about it. You start off with dark hair, ego, the desires of the flesh. I want this. I want to have a house. I want to have a family. I want 10 cars. I want a company. I want more money. I want to make millions of dollars. It's all the black. And then you finally get older and you start to turn white. What is white referencing? Spirit. The light. You want to move away from the black. So when you age, you go white. You go from black to white. Because white represents purity. Black is the opposite of purity. Black is complete power. Whereas white is very light and free. Right? So it's very interesting just with the black and grays. Or the black and white. So I got white. I'm going white. I have white here. I don't dye my hair. I just have white here. on my sides, and then I have white here, and I'm just patchy. But it's white and black. I'm 53. So I'm halfway home, right? If the average age is 80, maybe if I get 100, I'm halfway home. If it goes beyond that, great. But as you get older, you want it more quiet. You want to spend more time alone. You're not interested in busting out one. You're not interested in busting orgasms as much. You're not interested in drama. You're not as risky. Let them go do it. You'd rather watch than jump in. Because you move towards the purity. That's why people in the wintertime, they say you go back to being a baby again. Babies are innocent. So the white represents innocence. Right? The black, dirty, but it's powerful. The black. That's why you see all these people that are powerful. It's the black, man, especially heavy metal. Hard rock. Why is it called hard rock and heavy metal? What is the rock? Rock is earth. Earth is the rock. Hard rock. Rock and roll. The rock. Let's go listen to some rock and roll. The rock is earth. Earth doesn't give off any of its own light. It needs the light from the sun to grow. So it feeds from the sun. And the sun needs the earth, because if there was no earth, the sun wouldn't be able to give anything of itself. So the light has to give to the sun, the earth takes the light from the sun becomes the black. When you step on the board as a person, you become black. You go back to the white. That's why when you get older, you get more wiser. Stop doing the dumb shit that you did when you were a kid. You wise up, you realize it's not such a smart move. My body can't handle it anymore. Your body will tell you that it can't do it. So it's just really fascinating. That's why rock and roll and heavy metal, the metal from the underworld, and that's why the heavy metal is tied to Hades and the underworld. I mean, I'm going off in a million different directions, but yeah, I wanted to get on this because I just was letting it flow, and I had this download about my hair, and I'm like, it's not gray, it's white, and I'm going white now. I mean, I even had white on my chest. I shave my chest. I've been doing it since I was a bodybuilder, so it's like a habit. I shave my arms, I shave my chest. It's just a habit. But I had white there, and I'm like, are you kidding me? It's a sign of aging. No, it's a sign of wisdom. You wise up, you smarten up. Because again, what happens during the fall time? For me, I'm in my fall season. What happens? You got to prepare for winter. That's why the leaves die and fall off the tree, because it's telling you, hey man, you better prepare, dude. On average, Joe says, how is Keith Richards still alive? Well, you could say money. That's what he got for his code. We're all entertainment. He was a big entertainer. Yeah, that's a true statement. Let me put this one up. This is a good one. See if I can find it. That's a good one right there. Absolutely right. But what's likely going to happen, And I'm definitely not pulling out some kind of crystal ball, so I'm just giving you my opinion. But what's likely going to happen is you're going to have a 41-year-old, probably 42, enter the presidency for the United States, which would be J.D. Vance. It's probably what's going to happen. Youngest ever, I think, right? He's a Jack of Diamonds, J.D. Vance. Jack of Diamonds is the card for the United States of America. So yeah, you're right. I mean, the thing to look at in these positions, especially in the U.S., is all these people that are in those positions of the government, they're very old. Very, very old. I mean, Trump's 80. We're going to be 80. I think that's the oldest president, or one of. Yeah, you ladies, man. That's what I also see. Is I see that I see women, and this is just my observation. It doesn't mean anything, by the way, when I say this. I see women desperately not wanting to age. Way more afraid than guys. And I know why. I think women are deathly afraid to age. And that's why the majority of women, they dye their hair. Nothing wrong with it, but it's just and again, why? Because the woman is programmed, their job in the programming, their responsibility is to attract the guy. Got to keep the game going, folks. The women have to look good to attract a guy, to have the power to seduce the guy. Now, I'm not saying you're going to do it through manipulation. And I've talked about this before. I mean, when's the last time you went to a night on the town and you saw a woman sitting there in sweatpants, no makeup on, and, a gym top with sweatpants, or just sweatpants and a pajama top or whatever? Just total chill clothes at a fancy restaurant. You'll never see it. They won't be caught dead. You go to fancy places for fancy things. I mean, if somebody invited you, I'm talking to the ladies right now. If somebody invited you to a 5-star Michelin restaurant, would you go in sweatpants? Would you go with no makeup on? 99% of you would not. Because a 5-star Michelin restaurant, somebody who's paying for your dinner, who's probably going to be a dude, you're not going to go in sweatpants. You're not going to go in sneakers. Why not? Oh, maybe because it's the dress code. But if there was no dress code, you wouldn't show up in sweatpants and a ponytail with no makeup on at a 5-star Michelin restaurant when it's $300 a plate. You wouldn't do that because the programming won't allow it. So just saying, put yourself in that position. Imagine you got invited out to a $300 a plate dinner, or $500, maybe the dinner's $500 for just you, $1,000 for you two at drinks. You ain't showing up in sweatpants. And neither is the dude. No, people go out to those places to be seen, to show off, to get sex, to get something in return. So the higher you go up, the more expectations are put on you. Right? I mean, you can go to a McDonald's, you can go to a Kentucky Fried Chicken wearing sweatpants. That's no big deal. I mean, take somebody that's wearing a $1,000 suit and take them to McDonald's. He'll look funny, or she'll look funny. Wearing the pumps, wearing the fitted clothes, dressed to the nine, going to McDonald's. Let's go to McDonald's. Someone invited you. Hey, I'm going to take you out to McDonald's. I know some of you, that's so gross. Come on, man. All right, fine. Pizza Hut or Domino's. Somebody invited you out to Domino's. Hey, let me buy you some pizza. Are you going to get dressed up to the nine? Like you're going to a 5-star Michelin restaurant? No. They won't matter. You won't see people dressed up to the nine at a Domino's pizza. Because this the way we're wired and programmed. That's why the world is the way it is. Because the women are programmed a certain way and the guys are programmed a certain way. Christy says, I don't wear makeup or dye my hair. So again, Christy, you could be an exception. I'm saying the majority of people in the world. You'd be the exception. But I don't think that you would wear sweatpants to a 5-star Michelin restaurant if you got invited. If somebody invited you to a graduation party, you'd probably wear your nicest clothes. You certainly are not going to show up in rain boots. A lot of you go buy outfits just so you can go to the party. I get it. Folks, I'm here in the Caribbean, and I'm in a vacation area. People come here for vacation, and I see what goes on. And I see the guys got their haircuts, right? You can tell they just got trimmed, their haircut. The women got their nails and toenails painted real nice. Why? I can tell the clothes are new. Why? Why are you getting your nails and toenails done before you go on vacation? You women, why do you do it? To look good. I know you're going to say, oh, no, I just like it that way. To look good. We're all guilty of it. I'm not picking you out. I just see it. It's how we're wired as human beings. It's a phenomenon, actually. It's a phenomenon, I think. Arizona Lane says, I just got my toenails done for me. Well, that's partly true. Well, so let's talk about that. Why do you get your toenails done? For you, yeah. Preference. I like it because I like to do it that way. Well, what's the main reason why you like to do it that way? Because you want your toes to look good. No, but I like them to look that way. Of course you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't do it. But it's not just about that. Life's about looking good. Because I know if you let your shit grow out, right? Don't get your get all your gel taken off your toes. Let them grow out. Let them get all snaggled up. And then go to the beach when somebody invites you to the beach. Go to the beach when your nails are all jacked up. You haven't had a manicure in 6 months and they're just grown out. They're all different sizes. You got hangnails hanging off there because you haven't been taking it. Go to the beach like that. Let's see you put on a fair flip. Put your pumps on. Put your flip-flops on then. Let's see if you do that. And I guarantee, I promise, you women are not going to do it. Not a chance. I told you already, it's about what is the last thing you do before you go to the dentist? Brush your teeth. Floss. Your teeth are the cleanest right before you go to the dentist. You'll go to the extra mile to do the extra flossing, the extra brushing, the extra mouthwash. Because when you sit in that chair and you open up your mouth, you don't want that dentist looking at you like, what the hell? Do you know what hygiene is at all? You don't want him saying, damn, or her. They're going to take x-rays. You got freaking ribs stuck in your molars. You got cucumbers stuck in your front teeth. You got salad in the back of your seat. They'd be like, dude, and you got to take x-rays of your mouth. And you just had a salad. You got corn. So you didn't floss. Do you go to the dentist that way? None of you do. So what does that tell you about your life? Life's about looking good. We spend an awful amount of time trying to look good and avoid looking bad. That's what this life is about. So if it doesn't get you, like I know some of you ladies, I don't wear makeup, but you wouldn't sit in the dentist chair with corn on the cob in your teeth. You wouldn't do it. So there's gradients to this. We care about how we look and how people perceive us. We don't want to look bad. We don't want it to be our faults. I didn't do it. It was him, it was them. How many times do you tell your boss why you were late? Have you ever bragged when you're early to work? No. Because you don't look bad when you're early. You look good when you're early. But if you're late, here come the excuses. Some of you just lie. You lie so you don't have to look bad. Makes it even worse. They're not going to know, though. It's not a big deal, though, right? Because everybody does it. But am I wrong? Life's about looking good, man. It's a funny, it's this machine that we live in, man, uses us, and it uses us based on your programming. And I'm telling you right now, the machinations of this reality are wrapping around sex. So you may be at an age where you're like, I've been celibate for 5 years. Do I miss it? Of course. Do I crave it? Sometimes. I'm human. But this reality, man, there are tons of people right now, there are a whole bunch of people having sex right now as we speak. Humping away, sweating away, making babies. That is what's going to create 10 years from now. And if they didn't have sex, if people just dried up and didn't have sex, the end of the human race would cease to exist. So you and I, maybe, those of you that are celibate, that aren't engaging in sex, you know, and again, it's what season are you in? Maybe you still can have sex, but you don't want to. But it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant that you're not doing it, because there are tons of people that are doing it. And that's all that matters. And that's the machine. This machine uses you. And when you're done, it'll just use you in a different way. It'll just shift your priorities. So like, I'm not in a relationship. I haven't been in a relationship since 2018. What does the machine do? It adjusts me into Decode Your Reality, these lives, all of my Patreon, the cards, the books I've written. It has shifted all of my energy. It's using me to create all this information so I can help people. And what happens when I help people? They're going to make babies. So even though I'm not making babies myself, I am still going to help people make their lives better. And when I help make their lives better, they're going to get happier. And when they get happier, they're going to fall in love. And you know what happens when they fall in love? They make babies. So even if I'm not producing an offspring by being sexual and sexually active and, dumping this and dumping that. I'm still helping people. I do readings and I help people. I elevate people. I did a reading for this guy one day. This guy's very, very wealthy. He was a real estate developer. And I told the guy, I'm like, dude, you're a humanitarian. And he's like, what are you talking about? Dude, I build hotels and condos and you're doing humanitarian work. He couldn't understand what I was saying. I'd tell him, like, dude, you're gonna build these condos, and a couple's gonna go in there and they're gonna buy one of these condos. Yeah, okay, so, and they're gonna have a baby, and that baby's gonna grow up and win the Nobel Prize, or that baby's gonna grow up and save millions of lives by discovering some kind of immunity in some kind of bio company. And had you not built these condos, these people wouldn't have bought the condo, and it was their first one ever. These people wouldn't have been super happy because they're in their first ever house they've ever bought or condo that you built. And one night they were super happy because they were all giddy that they bought their place, and they had sex, and bam, they bring a baby into the world. You had a hand in that. And that baby turns around, grows up, and starts saving the world. Who's responsible for that? Well, you're part of it, right? How could you not be? You sold them the house where they had sex and made the baby. And they got horny because they were happy because they bought the condo from you that you built. So you're a humanitarian. See? And that's everybody here. If you look at your life and you trace it all the way back, you're going to see that you had a hand in being a humanitarian. You had a hand in helping people. You had a hand in giving people advice to change the course and direction of their life. You had a hand in making somebody more optimistic. Right? I mean, those of you that serve drinks, do you know how many babies you've contributed to? What do you mean? Dude, if you're a bartender and you sit there and you may give it a couple shots away to some dude that walks in. Maybe he's down on his luck. And you feed him the drinks. And he takes the liquid courage. And in walks this girl. And you see the girl, and you see the guy, then the guy engages with the girl, and next thing you know, they're upstairs in the hotel room. He gets her pregnant. You don't think this shit happens? Of course it happens. They have a baby. How did it happen? Well, part of the transaction was you feeding the guy drinks, you give him the liquid courage, he talks to the girl, they go up in the hotel room. And even if it doesn't happen that way, it's like, ugh, gross, I would never have sex. Well, good for you. You wouldn't have sex on the first. That's fine. Great. If it makes you feel better. So maybe they wait a month. But the bartender gave the drinks and facilitated that event that happened. You see. Humanitarianism, man. We're all humanitarian is just the growth of humanity. So when you make people happy, that's humanitarianism, right? When you work for a company, those of you that work for companies, you're exchanging your time for money. You help build that company. Do you realize that? Your input, your time that you spend at that company, you make it grow. You help make the company grow. I don't care how small of a spot you have at the company. You wouldn't be there if you didn't have value. So when you go to work and you punch in the clock and you think it's just like, just exchanging time, I don't like my job, you are a humanitarian. You know why? Because you're making that company grow. And when the company grows, what do? We're hiring. Oh, you guys are hiring. So they hire a couple. They hire a dude. It's his first job. He's excited. oh my God, I got this new job and I'm making $30 an hour. He's all pumped up. He's never made that kind of money before. He's super jazzed. He's super excited. He comes home, he tells his girlfriend, oh my God, babe, you wouldn't believe it. I got this job. Oh, and they're all so happy. What do? They have sex that night. What happens? She gets pregnant. Shit happens all the time, man. How did that transaction happen? Well, you were part of it at the company because you are the one that has helped building the company. You get a paycheck for it, but you still help open up spaces for them to say we're hiring. And you may just be that person, or you are that person that helps people get jobs and make more money. And when people think about the time you got your position at your job and you were down and out, and you got hired. You're like, man, I really need this. And you got the news, hey, we're hiring you. You start Monday. And you're making $10, $20 more an hour. How excited were you? It completely changes your demeanor. So think about what you do when you build spaces for companies to do hiring, because you go to work every day and the main reason why that company is there is to grow. It wants to get bigger. And when the company gets bigger, it has to hire to support the workload. So essentially, ladies and gentlemen, you are a humanitarian whether you like it or not. Every single one of you. Whether it's through helping your company grow and offering and helping spots open up where other people can get a job and afford to live, maybe take somebody off the streets that was living in the streets. And because of your hard work, along with all your other employees, you created growth in that company. And now there was an opening and they hired somebody that was living off the streets or living in their car. You were a part of that. You'll never know it. But that's the exciting part about life. That's the exciting part about life, is knowing that you're part of this humanitarianism. Unconsciously, consciously. It's pretty amazing. I got a message for all of you there that are at jobs, that work. When's the last time you asked for a raise? What are you afraid of? You don't think you're worth it? It's just a question you ask. Maybe you get turned down. Maybe they say no, but maybe they say yes. Start looking at ways of life saying yes to you. Can't say yes unless you ask, right? So those of you that have jobs and those of you that are at jobs and are you looking at your jobs like what's the ceiling at your job? If you work for a company, what's the highest position in the company you're in? COO, CEO, maybe? Do you want to be there? Do you want to be at that position? Oh, hell no, I don't want that responsibility. So stop complaining about your position then. Because that's what some of you do. You complain about your job, and there are people that are getting bombed in Gaza and dying and living in rubble, and you're complaining about your job. I don't know, man. Where's the gratitude? See, I wake up and I'm super grateful. Sometimes I get emotional about it. It's like, is this real? I struggled for a long time, trying to make it. I had my ups and downs. But didn't know. I didn't know where I fit in, and didn't. Now I see. The thing is, I know now. I know. I don't need some religious person to tell me, "Oh my God, Logan, you're doing devilish things and you're going to burn in hell." I don't need you to tell me your truth. I know I feel right doing this. I feel it in my blood. I feel it in my bones. I'm super grateful. Because I finally got to see my code and I meshed it up with how I feel. It's a big difference. So when somebody tells me that I'm doing something that is not in line with this or that, that's your truth. You're entitled to that opinion, but your opinions don't pay my bills. They don't give me my emotional highs. Everybody's got an opinion. All right, that was like a long rant. Lost a lot of people, I think. But if you, ladies and gentlemen, you listen, man. All we know. We talk about reincarnation. We talk about, the possibility of never getting out of this game. But the thing is, and this is Bob Proctor, right? The great late Bob Proctor. He says, as far as we know, this is the only life you get, right? As he said, he says, this is not a practice run. Stop treating your life like this is a practice. Like if you want something, go get it. Go ask for it. And if you don't know what you want, that's why you study your code. Because when you study your code and you then interpret your charts and you see how you're coded, then maybe, bam, you start to see it in your face. Like, oh my God, that's it. That's it. See, when I studied my code and I had all the esoteric stuff and I saw all the prison and the addictions, and I'm like, that's it. There it is. It's right there. You can't miss it. Like, why would I regret any of it? I'm not making any mistakes. I don't have any guilt or shame. Do you? See, when you study your code, folks, and you look at it and you research it and you get the interpretations and you read the definitions, and then I say, hey, what do you want to be when you grow up? Like literally, if I ask some of you that, because a lot of you are adults, and I could say, and are you living I'm living like a kid. I take life seriously, but then I just look at it, it's just funny. I can go right into theology. I can go into the most popular spell in the world, which is religion. I can go into that with any priest or rabbi at the highest level, and I can completely just erase whatever thing they're going to throw at me. I have the confidence to do that. Nobody is going to come in and tell me you're interpreting it wrong. I don't care what you say. Right? Like if I go here, show you real quick. If you want to bring theology at me, great. Let's go here. This is what I do. Let's go to Proverbs. Chapter 16, verses 4. Right? If you think God's in control and you think I'm doing wrong and you think I'm not living up to your standards and all that stuff, then why don't you tell me what the interpretation of this is? Please tell me, because you're so high and mighty and you have this degree in theology. What does this say right here? It says the Lord, which is the Yod, the God of the Bible, has made all things for himself. Yes, even the wicked for the day of evil. So how does this interpret? Well, clearly, if you're going to tell me that the God of the Bible runs everything, well, he made the evil and the good for himself. That's what this says. There's no other way to interpret it. There is no other way to try to dance around this and tell me that that's not what this means. Because that's exactly what this means. So it doesn't matter if someone wants to come at you with their theology and their beliefs. Show them that scripture. And try to see them work their way out of that. That's the only scripture you need in the entire book to shut those kinds of people down that want to try to cram it down your throat. And that's why when I look at the people that are damning the evil and, oh my God, they're so bad, and oh, you're freaking sitting there judging. You're causing drama. You're making it worse. They're just doing what they got assigned as their role, dude. If I'm going to follow your book, that's what it says right there. Hello? Do you not even know your book? Your own book that you swear up and down. You're not even reading the book. This is what makes me grateful for not only what I got, but I don't regret what I did. Because that's what I was supposed to do. If I'm going to follow theology, now if I eliminate theology from my mind, which is an impossibility because it's so ingrained in me, it's what I got for my code. But let's hypothetically say, let's say that I could just eliminate all of it. Well, then what would start to enter into my mind? Well, a different set of circumstances. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to finish this one up. It's been a real fun ride. Thank you for listening to all my rants tonight and my long-winded messages. Just remember, you are the difference maker in this world. Not me. You are. Stop complaining about your life. If you don't like something in your life, stop blaming people for what you got. Right? If you had a rough childhood, I had a rough childhood. I didn't celebrate anything when I grew up. You think that's not rough? I got made fun of growing up all the time. We all have rough childhoods, man. Even if you had an easy one, it wasn't that easy growing up. Growing up is challenging. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the time right now to stop complaining about what you don't have in your life or what you don't like. Stop, turn off the shit that's jamming in your brain. Turn off, stop watching the mainstream if you can't watch it like a movie. These people are doing their jobs, right? But if you can't sit there and watch it like the last movie you watched, are you talking to your neighbor and talking about, are you getting like pissed off because the character got killed in the movie and it was their fault? You're treating politics like that. If you want to change your life, folks, this is, I don't remember. If you want to change your life, you have to change your life. I can't remember who quoted that, but that's a pretty awesome quote. To change your life, you have to change your life. Pretty awesome. Scripted or not. So maybe this message tonight is enough to boost you to make the change tomorrow on Monday. So if you do what you did last Monday, tomorrow, nothing changes. Right? All right. I'm going to splash this comment up on the screen. So what I want to ask you, what is your best evidence that you're in control of your life? What would be your best evidence of that? What could you present to sell me on the idea that you're in control of your life? That's what I would like to know. Because even if you make a change, Even if you get inspired by anything that someone said in the chat or I said, it was part of your screen. It's part of your screenplay. So if you think you have control, don't let me. I'm not here to stop you, but I want to learn. So I want to know what you know, because I don't see that. So when people say I have free will, what's your best evidence of it? Oh, I control my life. I make the decisions. Where's your evidence? Because I still, for me personally, I don't see it. I see things happening, and I see things happening when I do the forensics. I see the trail left behind, and I'm like, this is all part of what I'm supposed to do. Anyways, let's end this transmission. You don't have to answer that, by the way. Whoever that was. Hang on. So let's pull a couple tarot cards and we're going to wrap this up. I've shuffled them 1,000,000 times already. So if you haven't been here for a tarot reading, I just usually pull 3 cards, and the most important thing to focus on in life right now is the question. What is the most important thing to focus on in life right now? And I'll do my best to interpret the cards. Maybe they're going to have meaning for you. Maybe the total amount of cards added up will do that. Maybe that'll have meaning. You know, remember, the 119 is wrapped around the Mars and Venus energy, the masculine, feminine. When you see 119, it should remind you it's about, John Gray's book, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. That's essentially what it is, 119. You could say sodium and fluorine on the periodic table. Sodium is the salt of the earth, fluorine is acid. Acid eating the sodium. Our bodies are made of salt. We're batteries. Anyway, let's pull some cards and see exactly what it's going to say. The way I do it is I rub my fingers over here, stick my fingernail in here. We're going to pull a card out randomly. I'm not going to look. They're facing you. What's that card right there? 6 of Pentacles. Card number 70. So maybe the number 70 has significance for you. 70 is a big number. It's the 7th pentagonal number. So it sits at the crown of man being the 5, like that. But this can be tied to the pineal gland. So this may be a message. The pineal gland is what controls the sleep and wake cycles. Well, that little man in the red, or that figure in the red, is feeding the left and right hand sides of your brain. The awake and sleep cycles. Card number 70. Again, what's the most important thing to focus on in life right now? Now, the 6 of Diamonds, just before I go on, is a card associated with money. And it is associated with giving it away, obviously. Let's see what the interpretation is and kind of what I'm going to download here. Second card is Ace of Cups. Now, it came out like that, but I don't really do these reverse things, but I will talk about it since it came out that way. So this is the Holy Spirit. The best way I can describe it through theology is it's the Spirit of God. It's card number 37 on how we've been reading this. Okay? The Holy Spirit. This is the Ace of Hearts. You see the Eucharist there with the dove, right? The everlasting flow of energy from the divine. Remember what water is. Water is life. I got this short presentation coming out. I created my first short. I have this short coming out that'll blow your mind. It's going to be like 2 minutes, 3 minutes long. I'm going to tell you exactly what the Bible is. I'll give you a hint though. The Bible is the book about earth. That's it. I know that that's pretty simple. But the Bible is the book about the house of water. That's what it is. So it's paying tribute to this. Why is it the house of water? Because we're made up of primarily water. And what is water? Hydrogen and oxygen. And what is hydrogen? The sun. What is oxygen? The air that we breathe. What does hydrogen create? Water. We are water from the sun. The Bible is the house of water. Okay, I'll get a short comment on it. So that's just kind of what came to my mind. But we have a 6 and a 1. Let's get the third and final card now. What is that? It's 33rd card, Ace of Wands. The Ace of Wands. Card 33. This is the card of the adventurer. This is a prince or princess. It's the precursor to the knights. Right? So it's not as courageous as the knight. It's a little naive. Think of it as a prince or princess. Like, I don't know if I want to go fight, but it's a cool idea. So it just wants to go backpacking. It just wants to go on an adventure. So we have, let me pull one astro card to get an astrology. I'm going to pull from this deck right here. And we're going to see if it's a house or a celestial. These are big ass cards. They're like built for a horse. I don't understand the logic behind these big ass cards, but anyway, let's pull one card from this. What is that? 11th house. Oh, wouldn't you know it? Humanitarianism. So maybe what's in your 11th house? Where's your Uranus? Uranus is in Taurus right now. The 11th house is humanitarianism, social circles, your friends. So we have the trifecta of these three cards. See if I can get them all up at the same time here. This is what we got. Those of you that read tarot. So on the right, six of Pentacles, giving. The Ace of Cups, the endless supply of is like everlasting life, the Holy Spirit. And then the Ace of Wands, going on adventures. For some of you, have to, I mentioned the raise. And then the 11th house. Some of you have to ask for the raise, man. This came out reversed too. So if I just go like that, just to give you kind of another angle. The flow has stopped for some of you. So even if it came out that way, we want to bring it that, we want the flow to continue on. 6 of Pentacles is a Saturn Mercury card. So it has to do with thinking. And Saturn is a Capricorn, a career. I would say, ladies and gentlemen, if this means work, if you feel like you're tired of being fed the paycheck, or you don't think that you're getting enough, I'm going to do one more card because I just want, let me get it. I'm going to do these flashcards. I'm going to get a number here. These are really cool just to pull numbers. I have a lot of words memorized in numerology, so when I use the 1 to 100, it's freaking awesome. So I'm not even going to open it up. We're just going to pull it out. Let's see. Let's see what number we get. $70. That's this. So it maximizes that. 6 of Pentacles can link to the sign of Virgo. Because Virgo's the sixth sign, the six of diamonds, the six of pentacles. So this can be pertaining to family. Some of you need to contribute to your family more. If it's not that, some of you need to go ask for that raise. What do you got to lose? '70 is the seventh pentagonal number, so there's something to do with the five-pointed star, us as human beings. And it is in the 11th house, so maybe some of you that work in tech, or maybe you want to work in tech, this has to do with technology. 11th house is Aquarius. Going on adventures. Let me add these up. Let's see what else we got. Wow, 140. It's tied to the tree of knowledge of good and evil. That's the numerology of that. Agriculture. I'm trying to connect the dots here with this. Look to your 11th house on your chart. Maybe you have Mercury in your 11th house. Maybe you got to start communicating better. I think some of you, if you're dealing with any court, so this does have the scales of justice. I'm just trying to cover every base that I can. This can deal in family law. Some of you may be dealing with that. But Six of Pentacles is normally a card of money. Let me just add this up a little bit differently here. Hold on. Let me just see what this says here. So we got 70. Let's see. Yeah, I think that some of you may be getting some support. Somebody will come help you. I think some of you are going to have some kind of urge to do something. The Ace of Cups. I mean, it's normally Ace of Cups this is normally a love card. Right? There could be new love, new healing, new beginning in some kind of way. I mean, this is definitely when it comes to stop or go, this is go. But then I told you this came out like that. So for those of you, you have to intuitively go with this. Maybe some of you need to say no. Put the brakes on something that has to do, and it could be family. But the Six of Pentacles, there is justice and liberty. It is holding the scales. So there is a layer of fairness here. But I think there's balance. And adventures. But 70 maximized itself with that card, and that is the Six of Pentacles. So that's the focal point. 70. 7 with the 0. 7 is, of course, the crown with the 0 is infinite potential. So it's using the crown position. But the Ace of Cups, man, is it's an emotional, like I said, the Spirit of God, if you will. The Holy Spirit, if you want to get theological. If those of you that feel like that you need to step away, go into something new, this is a chance for you to go do that. This could mean a new opportunity coming your way. That's gonna give you, fairness and opportunity in finances. I mean, the big takeaway was this number 70 right there, to match that card. So the focal point is on that Six of Pentacles. And, the Six of Pentacles is a card of, it can be a card of giving. It's tied to the pineal gland as well, but it could be a card of giving. You have to give out of the pureness of your heart. I mean, it just could simply be a random acts of kindness to somebody with the Page of Wands. Doing something you normally would never do. You got to be a little courageous. They add up to 140. Now it ties to, if 140 is the total addition of all three cards, you subtract the total amount of tarot cards and you're going to get 62, which is the Knight of Swords, which is the card of this year. So these collectively add up to the Knight of Swords, which is attack. Just go after something. Go get what you want. If you don't feel like, what I'm intuitively picking up on for some of you, if you don't feel like you're getting your fair share, if you don't feel like you wake up and you're making a difference, like, yeah, I go to work, it's cool, but it doesn't fulfill me, then what this reading is saying is that you need to go get your cup filled up somewhere else. You need to go look for another opportunity, and you need to be courageous enough to go on that adventure. So for some of you, that's what it means. Again, the starting point was on the 70, and the 70 was the numbered card that we picked up, this is the 70th card, and this card, intuitively I'm picking up on here, is that if you feel like this is your boss in red, that's your boss. And yeah, they're giving you your paycheck. Hey, you work 40 hours, here's your paycheck, but you're just not fulfilled. There's another opportunity coming in. You have to consider. You have to consider, at least. I'm not saying you have to, but you at least should consider that there are blessings coming your way. That's what this card means. And the only way that those blessings are going to come your way is if you actually do this Page of Wands, which is the adventurer. This card, by the way, from the Astro-Alchemical Cosmic Codes, is going to tie to Gate 33. And Gate 33 in human design sits in the sign of Leo. Leo is a sun sign. Illumination, light, going after it. Not being afraid. Not listening to what's going on around the world and this happening and that happening. What's happening with you? What do you want? And the 11th house. So this is social circles. So it could be you work in a social circle environment. Maybe you need to go join an organization or a group or be around more people. Maybe you feel stifled at your position that you're at. Or what do you have in your 11th house? I mean, if a planet is in your 11th house, that's going to obviously affect this. Go look it up. Go do the Spotlight course. You should know. Folks, everybody here should do the Spotlight course, because then if I say, hey, what's in your 11th house, you should know right away. When I ask people, I'm like, hey, tell me where your Mercury's at. And you say, oh, hold on a minute. You don't know yourself. I have no shame in saying that to you. I don't care if you don't like that. Or if you think I'm being harsh, or hey, I'm not just as passionate. How passionate are you about life though? Are you just like, it's okay? Or you really want to squeeze every drop you can? Well, if you really want to squeeze every drop you can, ladies and gentlemen, like how do you figure out how to drive the car best? You test drive it, and you drive it, and you drive it. And how do you get good at something? I used to play golf when I was a kid. I miss it. I thought I was going to become a golfer. And I probably could have. You know why I didn't? I didn't practice enough. What happens when you play the guitar every day? You get good at it. You're really good at your job that you've been at for 10 years. You can go in and do it blindfolded. But does it fulfill you? That's the thing. So in order to figure out where to go in life, I think there's if you're like Holy Spirit and this and that, it's coming for you right now. It's here. But you have to take the leap. The courageous leap with the Ace of Wands, or the Page of Wands. How do you take that courageous leap? You know yourself. So when I say, hey, where's your Mercury? If somebody says, Logan, where's your Mercury? Capricorn. Where's your Mars? Ophiuchus. I know what it means. Where's the value in that? Because I trust that is the roadmap. I trust that is the owner's manual. I was talking about the car or being good at something. Practice. What makes you a good golfer? Practice. What makes you the best human being? Practice. Not practicing the habits that you've been doing all this time. Practicing your owner's manual. That's what you want to get good at. Because not everybody's designed to be rich. Despite what you hear and all these gurus telling you, you can have what I have. If I can do it, you can do it. All this bullshit. It's not a matter of if I can do it, you can do it. It's not a matter of if I did it, will I get what you want? Will my heart be in it? You know, there's one point in my life when I was like desperate, right? And I was like, maybe I'll do drop shipping. And I decided out of that real quick. So I'm like, I don't want to sit and do this. Like, this is not fun work. This doesn't fulfill me. And you look at these people, yeah, I'm making $50,000 a month and I'm doing drop shipping. Yeah, but it's freaking doesn't fulfill me. So what if you're making $50,000? Big deal. Is it going to fulfill you? How do you know what's going to fulfill you? You look to your owner's manual. How do you know how to drive the car? How do you know the limits of the car? How much can I rev this engine before it blows? How much can I push it? Those of you that have been driving your cars on empty, you go with the gas light on, right? And you figured a way. You figured out how many miles you can go when the gas light comes on. You know how far you can go because you ran out of gas one time. You pushed it all the way. So now you know when the gas light comes on, I got 50 miles until I'm empty. That's knowing the limitation of that position. You need to know all the machinations of the car to push it to its limit. Same thing with your life. You need to know all of the qualifications you have in your life to push it to the limit, to see where you want to go. And then, do you want to drive the car? That's the thing. So if you're not in a position, because a lot of this has to do with, like we talked about humanitarianism, we pulled the 11th house. Every one of you working at a job, you are a humanitarian. You are supporting the procreation of life. Doesn't matter what you're doing. So if you're not happy at your position, If you're not getting paid for what you think you're worth, go ask for the raise. And go in there and tell them why you need to get it. Don't just say, hey, I want to get a raise, why you should get it. And if you can't offer a reason why, then you probably don't deserve it. You need to have a reason why. But ladies and gentlemen, I'll leave you with this. You got to know your owner's manual, man. You got to know it. Because otherwise you're working through just layers of programming they're unconscious. Like a lot of you know how you're programmed, you know how your code is, but you don't pay any attention to it. So it just goes unnoticed. But the thing is, man, I love what Alan Watts says. Alan Watts says, if money was no object, what would you be doing in life? That is the easiest exercise that you can think about. If you could go do something and not get paid for it and just do it because you love doing it, what would it be? And I'm not talking about sitting on a beach drinking pina coladas. It's not what I mean. Not that answer. What would you be able to do to contribute to society and do it even if you didn't get paid for it? Like, do you think I get paid for doing these long podcasts? I'm not making any money on these podcasts. I do it because I get the fulfillment because I know I'm going to help somebody. I know it. And that's part of my feel good. Like I have my moon in Aquarius. I have a new moon in Aquarius. So my emotions get fulfilled because that's what the moon is. Your moon is your emotions. My emotions will get fulfilled when I can help people out. Aquarius. Which is, this reading was a big thing for me. Give, give, give. Look for the opportunity to give more, to be more. But you got to step out and be courageous. Page of Wands. You got to go get it. You got to go take it. You got to go at least ask for it. All right. So let's wrap this one up. Thanks everybody for being here. Sean Smith asks if this is all a script. It's not if, it is. That's my truth. Then why would somebody want to be a child? We don't choose our script, my friend. That's a moot point. Who would ever choose that script? That's why when somebody says, yeah, we get to choose who we want to be, that's bullshit. That makes no sense. No, you get assigned your role. You get assigned your role. And if you think there's any wiggle room in there of any kind of free will, I say if. How would you maximize that? To ensure that you're squeezing every drop out of life. Well, the time is now to do it, if that's hypothetically the way it works. Not waiting till next month, not waiting for them to make a move so you can figure out what you're going to do. No, you do it because you're the center of the freaking star, man. You're the center of the stage. People that are over in, we talked about Gaza, would die to be in your shoes. Think about it, man. If you're somebody who lives paycheck to paycheck, people over there in Gaza that have their whole family wiped out, they would do anything to leave there and be in your shoes working paycheck to paycheck. Because it's 10 times as good as what they got. You see, we want to upgrade. We want to upgrade. We want to upgrade. So if you're not happy with where you're at, that's cool. Be grateful for where you're at. Instead of being unhappy about it, be grateful that you have that position, that opportunity. Maybe you just need to go into work tomorrow and tell your boss how grateful you are to have a job and letting you give a shot. When was the last time you went into your boss and said, hey, I just want to let you know I'm super grateful to be here. Just want to tell you that, because I am. Because there are a lot of people right now that don't have work. And they're struggling, and they're freaking out. And they're depressed. But you get up every day. You got a car. Do you complain when you pay your insurance, or do you give thanks? Every time I swipe my card at the grocery store, 99% of the time, I'm instantly thanking my bank. Do you do that? Does it matter? Well, I think so, because we live in a world of gratitude. Highest form of emotion. So when's the last time you walked into your business or your company and just went up to your boss or manager and say, hey, you know what? I just want to let you know I'm super grateful that you are allowing me to be here. I'm really super grateful. Why would you do that? Because you know what who does it? What employee goes up to the boss and tells them how grateful they are for being there? I'm not telling you to do it because nobody does it. I'm just asking you to consider, why would you do it? Because it'll make you feel good. It's not about how it's going to make them feel, but it will make them feel good. It's going to how you're going to feel. You see a lot of you, I bet, will get teary-eyed if you go do that tomorrow. You go to your boss and just tell them, hey, I just want to let you know how grateful. You'll get emotional. You will. Because maybe you've never done that before. Maybe you've just been complaining about your job, how bad it is. I don't know. How are we going to change this world if we keep doing the same things that we've been doing? So I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, why are you going to hang out or listen to people that are evil and vile and negative and pessimistic and put people down? And do you have any friends like that? I don't. So if we don't hang around with those kinds of people, then we don't become those kinds of people. And then we allow the space to come in, scripted or not, of having what we would call good people in our lives that respect our truths. Sean Smith, thanks for being here. We talked about this earlier. Where's our loving creator? Well, first you'd have to define what would that be. What loving creator are we talking about? The man in the sky? Ahura Mazda? Allah? Yod? Zeus? Who are we talking about? First, you'd have to then define it that way in that section. I don't know. Everybody's got difference of opinions on that. But clearly, everything's allowed to happen here in this reality. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, this reality, from what I see, it goes just like we go. It starts off new. It's like a new car to a junkyard. This reality works just like that. You're born into this world, the age starts. The company starts. You drive off the car off the lot, you start the car. As you move through time, it moves to death. It decays, it gets miles on the car, it gets ages on the body, it gets ages on the corporation. Whatever you want to do it, it goes from birth to death. And that's how I see and what I've been shown in this entire reality. So it gets It gets good, it gets better, it gets worse, it goes up and down, but it has these increments of spring, summer, fall, and winter. It starts off like a baby, like a new company, like a new relationship. Those of you that have been in a relationship, those of you that are in a relationship for 20 years, compare your relationship when you had it for the first 6 months. There is nothing like it in when you're 20 years in. Don't try to tell me that it is. It's a different set of circumstances. It ain't like the first 6 months. That's why it's called the honeymoon stage. Why do you think they call it the honeymoon? Because the moon is the emotions. Everything has a honeymoon stage. And that wears off. When you buy a brand new car, honeymoon stage. You can drive it anywhere. You're not afraid of it breaking down. When you get into a new relationship, for the most part, you're not worried about your significant other cheating on you because you're having plenty of sex. They're never going to cheat on me. We're in love. They're infatuated with me. Honeymoon stage. New car ain't going to break down on me. Honeymoon stage. New company, new band, new project. You're all excited about it. Woohoo! This is going to be the greatest thing ever. High expectations, optimistic. Honeymoon stage. Springtime, same thing. Honeymoon stage, right? Springtime. Flowers come out. Insects start flying around. Birds start chirping. Because the winter just passed. Everybody's excited because spring is here. That's the honeymoon stage in that. In the seasons. Springtime. And then you move through the seasons. You go into summertime. Summertime is the advanced version of the springtime. Oh, let's drink a little bit here. Let's do a little bit of drugs here. Let's experiment with this. I can do that, no problem. No. So that's peak, it's apex, it's a lot of fun, a lot of power. Then you get into the fall season. Now you start looking at everything. I don't know, man, that looks a little shady over there. Are they stealing a little bit over there? I don't know, I'm not getting sex like I used to. Are they cheating on me? You're in the fall, you're observing. And then you get into the winter stage, or some of you are in the winter stage of your relationship where not a matter of death, but it's like it's the end. You need to break it off. Because the honeymoon stage is no more. There ain't no more honey. There's no more sex. We're sleeping in different rooms. We're just cohabiting now. Same with the company. The company is ready to go bankrupt. People are quitting. People are getting laid off. The winter stage. Those are the ages, and that's unconditional love, man. There's no other way to explain the Creator allowing all these. If there is, that's how it works, whatever that is. The evolution of everything is life to death, and everything in between, and everything is allowed. So I can only imagine that during the Golden Age, if you watch the Astrological Orgasm Decoded, I covered what it probably looked like and felt like during the Golden Age. The beginning. The honeymoon stage of life. The honeymoon of Earth, when it was perfect. Everybody was perfect. Everybody was beautiful. Everybody respected everybody. There was no fighting. There was not 10,000 religions. Everybody respected each other. Everything made you healthy. And then as you degrade down, you go into summertime, Silver Age. People get a little bit more reckless. Still amazing. Not as many blemishes. People get a little reckless. Summertime. And then you move into the Bronze Age, fall. And now you're 2 stages away from the honeymoon. And now you're getting a little cautious. Oh, I wonder if they're cheating on me. I wonder if they're not spending time at home. They're lying. I looked at their cell phone. You're a little bit more of a detective in the Bronze Age. And then you finally get into the Iron Age, which is what seemingly we're in, where it's very corrupt. You're the farthest away. You're in the winter, you know? You're now really looking at life and you're like, man, this is just, there's got to be something more. It's just people are crazy. There's a lot of service to self. There's a lot of robberies and pirating going on the world stage, unlike ever before. So you know where it feels like we're in that winter stage. But the only thing we can do is focus on where we move next, which springtime. Maybe we're going to be moving into the springtime of Aquarius. So this is going to really help humanity, which it already has. So we're kind of in the honeymoon stage of Aquarius. So we're moving into that. The merging of, and I still think we're having remnants of the Piscean age. I don't know that, but so this is theoretical. But everything moves in fours, man. The seasons of nature are kind of the dominant layers of our reality. Life to death. Spring, summer, fall, winter. You know, the four blood types, four corners of the earth, north, south, east, and west. Theology has the four main gospels, the four fixed signs of astrology. It's all four. So it's just where we at in the scheme of things. And then everything is allowed and everything goes with ages. So when you're in the beginning stages of everything, it's pure, it's clean. It's ideal. You don't have to worry about, you're not locking your door. You're not worrying about if your person's going to cheat on you. Because you're in that honeymoon stage, man. Oh my God, it's so amazing. We're in love. It feels so good. It's different 20 years later, man. It's not the same. The honeymoon stage doesn't stay the same. So in relationships, same kind of cycles work, right? And there's exceptions, obviously. I mean, my parents been married 55 years, maybe 56 in September. My parents, like a rarity, right? So there's exceptions. But I see the winter. I see, like, there's no goo goo gaga. There's not like, ooh, my God, let's go on dates. And like, there's none of that. That doesn't happen at my parents' age. They're not doing honeymoon stuff anymore. So I know it to be true. It's a different kind of love. Because that's the winter. This is different. So I think we're seeing a lot of winter. Are we in the spring yet? I don't know, but we're seeing a lot of winter. We're seeing a lot of old people in the politics. We're seeing the changing of the guards. And because Hades is in Capricorn, don't get bamboozled. Folks, don't listen to these people that tell you that Pluto or Hades is in Aquarius, because that is a fabrication. Okay? It is in Capricorn. And it's going to be there for a minute. And we're seeing the remnants of Hades in Capricorn. Because Capricorn represents law, government, structure, power. Why do you think all the Epstein stuff has come out? Law, court. That's the domain of Capricorn. Hades is there now. So all these things, all this top secret, confidential, declassified, disclosure. Yeah. Hades in Capricorn, not Hades in Aquarius. Because when that happens, it's going to be a different ball of game completely. And Saturn right now is in Pisces. So there's this big upheaval in the church, I would imagine, right now. A lot of people turning away from religion. Yep. A lot of people going back to it just as well, though. The doors is a revolving door. Poseidon is in Pisces right now. The ruler of Pisces. Poseidon. Back in his home sign. So there's a lot of people flocking to that because they're seeing a lot of bad stuff on the world stage and they're looking for savior. That's how this world is set up. Once you see it, you see how this world's set up. This world is set up on chaos and order. But what people don't realize is the chaos is operated and owned by the same entity that creates the order. If you're going to use theology, you can't ignore Isaiah 45 verses 7. I make peace and create evil. That's the chaos and order. So mankind follows the suit of that. They manufacture the chaos so they can come in with the order and make it look like they're going to be the heroes, when all along they've created the chaos. So my truth, which I don't really follow, what's going on over in the Middle East is all manufactured. Not by men. by the script. The men and women have to carry it out. But the chaos is being created so a superhero can swoop on in and create the order. But it needs to get you on your knees. So the big thing is the energy, right? The big chaos is the energy crisis. And then what will happen is there'll be a massive change or something. The order, you'll see the order come in. You'll see it if you look for it. The Savior's coming. So governments have their saviors. Religion has theirs. It's all the chaos and order, and it's all manufactured. It's two sides of the same coin. So that's for me, it's like, I don't want to even partake in that movie you're playing. Like will it affect me? It already is, because the prices here where I'm at have gone up. So indirectly it's affected me. But what am I going to do about it? Shout from the rooftops? Not going to complain. I'm going to do my best to make it through each day without partaking in their movie, because you don't get my energy. You don't deserve my energy. Jordan, the great Jordan from Waters Above, as he says, you don't deserve my prana. You don't deserve it. I mean, are you giving me any of your prana? No, you're being a vampire. You're giving me this cockamamie story that's all fabricated. And you just want me to support that. I'm not going to do that. And I'm just talking about support where you tune into it and you actually get emotional towards that. And there are tons of channels, and I peruse them once in a while. It's like watching a movie. There are tons of people that are profiting just on YouTube alone. They have so many subscribers, and all they do is post about the mainstream. And the craziest thing is, the majority of the mainstream news is fabricated. It's not even real. It didn't even really happen. Yet they're sitting there talking like it really is going on. And they profit from it. Which is what their job is. That's what their job is. But again, what are you giving me? Because it's a give and take world that we live in. So if you don't spend time on them, because they're not spending time on you. You already know that, right? Like they're not giving you any time. They just want to take from you. Because they need you to support their story. Right? You know that now, right? They need you to talk about what's going on with their fabricated stories to make the story real. It's called a self-fulfilling prophecy in psychology. That's just taking an idea, sharing it with somebody so that you share it with somebody else, and now you have people agree, like, hey, my God, did you hear about this? Did you hear about that? Did you hear about this? It's like the whole thing with David Wilcock. Nobody know, unless you know the guy personally and you're friends with his family, you don't know what happened. Come on, be authentic about it. I don't know. But because of all the chatter, it builds and it builds and it builds, and something's getting that energy, that nucleus of energy. What are you getting out of it? I used to watch a lot of sports. I used to have a subscription to NESN, the New England Sports Network. I was a huge Red Sox fan. And I was doing real estate, and I would, when I was working in the office, I'd put the game on so I can listen to the game. And I was paying for a subscription to NESN. Do you think the Red Sox know about me? They don't know who I am. They want me to pay for the entertainment. Baseball is entertainment. What do you think politics is, folks? It's freaking entertainment. And it's entertainment to control energy. Media. That's why if you go study, and I talked about this, and I'm going to leave you guys with this, we're going to end this one, talked about who owns the History Channel. A&E owns the History Channel. I think it's A&E. And why the History Channel? Because the History Channel is what syndicates Ancient Aliens. So that's a big thing to have to be. Imagine you're the owner of the History Channel. It's a pretty awesome channel, though. Used to watch all like the war stuff and but they own Ancient Aliens, and the guy who created Ancient Aliens is Prometheus Entertainment. Why would you choose that? Who owns History Channel? A&E, I think it is. And who owns that? Walt Disney and Hearst Communications. Why does Disney own the History Channel? They own Marvel. Marvel, the Avengers, and Hulk and Spider-Man. That organization owns the History Channel. Okay? Ancient Aliens, they own all that. So what I'm saying is when you watch something, it's entertainment. You know, growing up as a kid, I was a huge wrestler fan. I didn't want to believe that wrestling was staged. I remember, I don't have many memories of my childhood, but I do remember when my father told me that it was fake, staged. I didn't believe it. No way. Nope. I remember. And WWE is a movie. It's staged, just like movies. Politics is wrestling. That's why you had Jesse the Body Ventura go in and be the governor of Minnesota. It's all intermingled, folks. Even though I think he's a pretty outlandish guy. I mean, he's very vocal and he's very aggressive and he's obviously anti-Trump now. And he makes a lot of good points. But it's all entertainment. Even if you say it's real life and this really goes on and they're really doing this and they really do policies, and it's all a movie, folks. It doesn't, it is. It is all that, but it's a movie. And the people say what gets the blockbusters. And right now, most people in this world again today they're not concerned about living about the best life through the code. They're not concerned about what their astrology chart is. They don't care where their Mars is at. They don't care what their playing card is. They don't care what their life path is. They don't care what their children's life path is. They could care less. They're more concerned about how politics are affecting their life or who they're going to go vote for come November. They still think that their vote actually matters. This is just, again, makes me grateful that I didn't get that code. I don't have that code. I would imagine that that's the case for you. All right. So we're going to end this long. What's your question? Wow, shit, it's late here. Okay. And I'm going to play some rock. I think I am. If I can find it. Can't find it. Give me 1 second here. All right, I can't find it. Because I've been playing music that we created so we don't get copyright. And I can't find it. Let me see if I can find it through my search. Of course not. Oh yeah, here it is. I think this is it. Yeah, here we go. I think this is it. Darn it, I don't know if this is it. There we go. All right, so might as well end off with this. This is my AI band called Madruger, and this song is called Monster. That's this world that we live in. This world's a monster. Let's just have fun with it. Cookie Monster, maybe. I don't know. Go have a couple of Chips Ahoy tonight. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is my dark side, man. This is what I like. So it's been an honor and a pleasure. Thank you, Pamela, for being here. Thanks, everybody, for all your comments and for listening to these long rants tonight. It was a lot of fun. And I appreciate each and every one of you. I hope you all do the Spotlight course. And look forward to seeing you back on the next one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got for today. See you next time.
To my sins, just like you stick to your sins. So let's both be sinful. Who do you think you're dealing with? I'm a monster. You tell your friends that I'm sick. I'm a monster. Call me a lunatic. I'm a monster. I don't really I'm a monster.